Alrighty, this is a brand new one. Using sound in reservoirs to store heat is a genuinely brand new one. Okay, but the title of my this thing that I recorded is a little facetiously easy. Okay, I got the idea because the spiffing Brit has a teapot in his computer, and I'm like, this is really cool, but it'd be amazing if you could actually heat up a tea pot. Like you could actually heat up the water. And I started off with, oh, here's a heat exchanger, right? You know what I mean? But it's like that's not gonna really, yeah, sure. But then like the computer shuts off because it gets too hot. Basic stuff, right? And I was like, all right. So it's like, well, here's a secondary reservoir. Like this will get to a certain heat value, okay? And it's like then I dump it into this secondary reservoir. Secondary reservoir then dumps its heat off into a heat exchanger below using acoustic resonance. That way it stays there and it keeps getting hotter. I have to change the pressure a little bit in the pot, but what it does mean is that it now can actually get to boiling temperature. It's a reverse on heat storage. That's why it's called store heat. It's not to get rid of heat. I'm actually using it to concentrate heat and store it. The very opposite of removing it on one side of things, except I'm removing it from the computer, but, for what it's worth, so I'm also concentrating it very, very hard into this other place that can still store more heat. Now, there's no such thing as saturation, technically speaking, so long as pressure is there. Until it goes blah, 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 and then, phase and exchange to the atmosphere, to whatever surface it might be contacting. But then I went even further because I was like, well, that's a really good idea to get your coffee and whatever fucking else you want. But it's like, yeah, no, but actually that'd be really good on a spaceship. That'd be a really good way to get heat to effectively no longer be something I'd have to worry about on a spaceship. Because it's like, no, I could saturate a solution and then phase change it much easier. And it can then effectively cause it to force, because of that extra heat, a lot more IR emission. But in the meantime, I can use that for excess heat storage. It takes a little bit. If I do it really well, it would be amazing, right? If I get it done such that I can get passivity going and very efficient styles of heat exchange, there's a theoretical here that suggests I can get very close to all of that energy back into the system to effectively, make it more efficient. Now, of course, it takes energy to do this. And so piezoelectrics are 90% efficient, right? That also means they're 90% efficient at exchanging energy for mechanical energy. They're also pretty good when we use the proper techniques to exchange things, which is why it's more like a cascade acoustic resonance system. Saturates one side, and then, just stay continually exchanging more heat from this side, right? Because that makes sense. Like, I can dump it really fast into this, right? And then it's like, but this one then can continuously dump it in. That gives me a heat difference. That gives me an acoustic resonance I can create. And that makes it so I can always constantly concentrate. Now, what a lot of people go with is like, you're trying to compress it. That's what you're doing. Compression is what increases temperature. It's like, no, chaotic kinetic movement increases temperature for you and I. Because we're stupid people. that don't all travel in a uniform manner, all laminaristically in a wave-like function, perfectly without any disruption and friction. Otherwise known as cold to you and I. Although it's not, because it's traveling quite quickly in that all uniform one direction thing to something else, and it would probably look quite fucking not cold, but I'm gonna move on. What is this bullet coming at me? Oh, shit! I'm hot. Yeah. It hit me. Point is, though. Okay, back on track. Yes, it does allow for, until it does, ultimately speaking, lose enough. It's a teapot, so of course, the surface area loses heat, right? That's just what that is. Now, it was mostly just for that, right? But it's like, okay, but that isn't the case if I want to use it in a different manner, right? It's like a radiator is kind of a similar story to that, except it's like, well, I don't really want to... See, that's the thing. A heat battery is extraordinarily efficient when you do it this way. Like, that's an iron redox flow battery, effectively. But if I throw in some piezoelectrics, because, like, I don't need it to melt, man. What the fuck? And I get the right material here, that with the right field effect to those given materials, and substance, meaning it's a liquid. Oh my god, that's crazy. What? That likes to go break. It's then making work energy, right, occur, right? The standard problem that most people don't like to talk about. It's like, why would you do it? It's like, now I have more potential energy. See, that's how a chemical battery works, basically. Like, yeah, sure, I have some piezoelectrics. Yeah, I put in some heat. Yeah, no, it's cooling off because it expanded. But also, I gained potential battery energy in so doing. And as it moves and concentrates itself back to a condensed state, it then ultimately gains energy back as well. Which means I can theoretically, for the amount of effort it takes to ultimately compress at 90% efficiency at that point, because it's piezoelectrics, just needs the right material to evenly exchange heat. Which at that point, it's more like, yeah, remember that, like, substrate, the catalyst, the, like, kind of like the thing with the field effect and the piezoelectric in it? Yeah, that's probably pretty good at doing that, I imagine, if you make it into a bunch of little tiny holes and radiator-like surface areas, like really expand the surface area there. Maybe I need to get you on page. Let's take you all the way up to space and have you expand a little bit. There's not as much pressure now. But you're still the same heat, okay? Outright contained within the inside. Sort of like you put this amount of air in your tire at sea level, and then it's like you go up to the top of Mount Everest with the tire, and it goes, boom, I'm a little bigger. I'm a little stiffer, right? Anyways, the point is, though, it did work energy on the tire. It expanded it. You know what I mean? Now, that's not how we define our work energy here. It's totally different. You cannot store a given volume of non-existent stuff that acts because there's stuff that wants to go there as a battery of energy. That's not a thing. You can't do that. You can't. Stop changing what it is we think about stuff, okay, and how we phrase our words here that mean only this and can only ever be interpreted exactly like this. In no way whatsoever can it be interpreted any other way. to mean anything other than exactly this thing that I prefer it to be thought of and seen as and perceived like. With my words, I prefer. That I was raised traditionally to only think this as being and existing, and that's all it can be. So man, you guys aren't very creative, huh? Like really shutting down any kind of thought process to get your head around something other than the one you prefer. Because it's within the energy of the gas that it's stored. No, I'm taking energy from that gas. That's what I'm saying. I stored an extra bit of energy in the form of this fucking thing called a vacuum. Thus making it so my battery is non-existent. That's right. I cheated that. I still have a battery. It's not perpetual. I still have a battery. I'm just saying. It's just different. I'm throwing it out there that I have a battery and it's not perpetual. Yes, fuck off. It's like, no, let me get another 99%, right? But not really. But like, technically speaking, yes. Because it's like 90% from that 90% because it has to exchange to something instead of just constantly concentrating, right? And so it's like, all right, but then I can get 90% from that next one, this stage. And it's like, diminishing returns are harsh. I need 90% left over on the table here. From this previous, I got 10% here. I'm going to get a 9. Okay, sure. I mean, it's 0.9. Can I do this infinitely? Is there a way to do this infinitely? Obviously not. But no, it's effectively like it's 1. It's 1. Obviously, it's 1. Every time this thing. It's always 1, these guys. It's 1. Yeah. I don't know how that works, though. But I guess I have to, contend with, like, well, the many worlds are a possible infinite universe, and then I just constantly, build it, right? Infinitely always repeating that 0.9 further and further and further. Do I eventually get to all of it again? Let's say I've had the superconductors, right? Perfect conductivity the entire way through. And the magnets and all the rest. And besides, if anything, because it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, well, there's gravity to contend with, so I'm definitely getting an extra just from the amount of mass I'm gaining. What's the size at which I'll start gaining so much more extra because of the amount of mass that it does start to run perpetually from this stupid computer that I'm cooling? In a sense, not really perpetually, but in a sense it is. I mean, it's finite, clearly, infinitely finite. It's the infinite, you know what I mean? I'm just being a dick. I'm being a prick. I'm just being brutally direct about it. I am. Because the fact of the matter is you could do that. Yeah, after a certain point in size and scale and scope, like it does that. Yeah, like no matter what, you can't get around. It does this, but fuck you. Actually, just a large amount, I guess. Fuck off. It's like the reason why I did that. The reason why I scaled it this way. This was the reason. Spaceship. Just think about it. The size of the spaceship. What is that size? Where it can start continuously gaining more. Just off of gravity. Like, what's the size? The mass. I need that. I need to know. Right? Like, I'm still going to keep gaining more. There's always light around. There's other gases, nebula gases, whatever. It might be interstellar medium, gravity, waves coming around, whatever I can do to measure, that kind of thing, right? It's probably not going to be the size of a whole Earth, but there's a point in space that'll start to happen. Now, it's a different story here on Earth, because, I want to cascade concentrate, right? And it's like, buoyant, and it changed to a different, phase state, and it'll cool off and exchange into this atmosphere over here. But in so doing, it has risen its potential energy, gravity, up to this point. And so now it has to fall back down. And in so doing, I capture the vast majority of the energy as it does. Because, piezoelectrics, undulating diaphragm, still gas, it's just condensed. It just has to build, like a Stirling engine, to the right size of pressure and heat. Because that's what this is. It's a Stirling engine. Except it uses potential energy from our atmosphere in the form of gravity. Because it's the atmosphere. Literally it's cooling it down. It condenses it. It's because potato, remember? It's not I'm doing work energy by taking energy out of the fucking gas. No, that's stupid. You should think of it differently. Look at this. I'm taking energy I could have used, and then I'm transforming it into potential energy via a gravity pathway, an exchange, a conversion, if you will, because air exists around you. We don't say that here. We don't allow for this way of viewing things. This is wrong. You are wrong. Oh, okay. Last I checked, I still got the fucking energy. Just saying. But, okay. Who says I can't concentrate that more? That's heat that's exchanging. That's convection. There's definitely more energy still within that, which is now more of a convection Stirling heat pump in that sense. So long as it's Bernoulli principles, meaning it happens to expand and accelerate, right? Well, that's kinetic. Well, I can just reverse the system, can't I? It's like, I concentrated it over there. What stops me from doing that with another vacuum? I'll use nothing around me. An empty spot stuff wants to go to drive up potential valuation, potential energy. Just, because, economy stuff and people want to live there and there's an empty spot and stuff. They're like, you need to fill this need and desire for us to give you money, man. It's a property place. You might want to take it. Meanwhile, oh my God, is this? Oh wow, yeah, no, that is. It could really turn into something though if I put in the effort. All right, and it's like, all right, but wait. There's more. That's right, Billy Mays is not here anybody or folks. I am. I have light, and I have still heat in the atmosphere. I still have a magnetosphere. I still have lots of stuff within that atmosphere, for what it's worth, that I can use to separate during that kinetic moment. Passively. I don't need to put a compressor. Why would you do that? You already have movement. So it's like, these are N's over here. There's O's over there. These are look at this charge. You want to go over here now? Ooh, there's some extra. What is this? What is this? Is that water? You say highly saturated air? Just practically just steam? Where did you get steam from? You bitch fucker. Yes, well, Look at me over here, dripping more water and mass down. I wonder if I can use that to my advantage after enough time to gain some more potential energy. And by the way, yeah, so charge, of humid air does actually try and go to a non, it's like an iron redox, right? So it's like it has actually a charge value versus this super dry, right? And it's basically a version of a generator that they now currently have some decent studies out showing that it does work and it does actually produce a lot of energy for what it's worth. Which is great. But it's like, yeah, look at this. I'm just doing that all the time. Fuck. Oh, yes, fuck. Oh. Let me just get some more energy from this. I need more energy for my energy because my energy likes energy with inside of its energy, dog. I'm going to grab some potential energy here from the gravities and the fucking air pressures and the separationals. I'm going to use some vacuum energy and, just a little bit of startup juice, basically, and then just keeps going. Using a nice 2 vacuum system so far. It's continuing to go. It's almost like you can get energy from a vacuum because you created it such that there's pressure which can now do something. Like our universe, perhaps, maybe. I don't know. There's like this vacuum area, and then there was pressure all around it, and then it went in and did things from there to the area it could expand into, gaining an energy type, I think, from potential to actual work energy, perhaps. It's almost like quantum momenta here, a little quantized, or a thing that we just measure all the time from that potential beginning worked into actual work energy, perhaps. And I'm just mimicking it with a little help from some good materials, essentially. Now, I'm being a dick about it, because it was literally just because of the teapot, for what it's worth. But at the same time, it's doable. The reason why I'm thinking about it is because it's like, well, you want rain, don't you? You want weather systems, right? And your fucking like little spaceship. You need to be able to do the whole air pumpy wumpies, right? For very minimal amounts of energy. What's more minimal than literally nothing? Stored energy within the gas. It's the gas that does it. The gas can't do anything unless there's a vacuum. 2 to tango, buddy boy. That's what it takes. 2 or 3 or 5 or 9 or whatever the fuck. Point is, you gotta have a place to do it. I don't like this. It can be infinitely dense. Really, it can be infinite. It could be fucking what? Just a superfluid, infinite. Oh, okay, superfluid. Fucking my goddamn ass over here with a fucking black hole. I guess that we are an infinite singularity, always heading inwards. It would work. It would work. We're condensing. I guess we're just getting colder, but for our relative view, it's getting warmer, isn't it? Or colder. Actually, wait, which one is that? In the outside view, because that's special relativity there, it's getting definitely hotter. On the inside view, it seems to be getting constantly colder. Because that's what he's saying over there. It still works, though. I wonder if that's supersymmetry to you guys now. It's not. Those are particle waves. Okay, and you fucking know that. No, but they do exist in my nothingness place of math in potential land, for what it's worth. But I'm going to move on, because that's neither here nor there. Seriously. You can't prove either way until you get outside of the universe which one it is. Some people like to think of it as the glass is half empty, half full, expanding. Or are we already just beginning a crunch and we just don't see it the right way? You know what I mean? Oh, no, I mean, nothing would indicate. No, but you see, though, that's how a black hole works. It expands on the inside, and we would be condensing, you see, getting turned into an intrapedically more and more stable, non-chaotic, organized manner of energy. Becoming more superfluidic, so to speak. Now, why am I talking about this? Because that's exactly what I'm going to try and do with the spaceship, because that makes total sense. It's all uniform. Look at it, it's so cold. I can just keep baryonically putting more and more and more close together. And no, it's fine. It's actually just one now. It's not multiples that will break out in this big, huge chunk of quanta information containing mini particles within inside of it. And atoms, for that matter. It's all traveling rather quite quickly, though. It must slow down. Oh no! I got so much energy when it slowed down and it warmed up. It's almost like I want that. It's almost like I'm using cold to get more energy out of my system. It's almost like the reverse of what everybody says it is. Of what I'm doing. No. It transfers. Cold comes in. It's like, yes, no, okay, cool. You know, it's both, though, really, realistically. Which is why I said it like that. It's both. Heat transfers, cold goes in, they mix and they go, I want to dissolve into equilibrium, otherwise known as the intrapedic effect. Thermodynamics. Quanta can't do that. No. Here's like a cool little way to think about this. You got 3 doors. Behind them is a car that you want. You pick one. This guy goes, yeah, well, let's just see what this one is. And then all of a sudden you're like, yeah, but I'll stick with this. It's a bad move. So you didn't even see it. Because you superpositionally dropped that state, a likelihood chance of that one that you chose to 33% no matter fuck what. While this one, the 2 that were still superpositionally speaking, not known at all what the value could be, has to suddenly now make a 100% off of all of this work. Well, your 33% remained, this turned into 66%. It's like a dissolving mixture, if you will, of a, I have to make some milk with this amount of material from this stuff in this water, and then I get the milk. It's like the percentages value in a given solution, perhaps. And it's like, no. You see, I started with 3 jugs. And then I picked this jug, and I have this jug, and I drained it. Oh, cool. That's super okay. The fuck? Yeah, no, but it's okay. Because I got more. I got these 2 other jugs. Who's taking that jug? God damn it. It's like, all right, I got to figure out how to make this one fucking jug. Balance the hell out. This is not going to work. Oh, yeah, no, you're not kidding. You sure you don't want to have that jug that still has stuff in it? No, but you need to make a solution. You need to make the right mixture solution. And it's like, yes. Let's open your door that you chose. It's still 50-50, apparently. That's what you think? No, oh, womp, 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 womp. What do you know? Let's see what the other door had. Yep, it was the car. Shocker. Because you dropped it to fucking not that. It's 50-50 the moment it's the B or C instead of the A that you chose. Let's go with that. Right? It's 50-50. But you're still 33. It can't remain at 50-50. You see what I mean? So the only way that doesn't actually become the fake superpositional 50-50 it is, because it is, that's what that is by removing one of them. The moment you remove one of them, that automatically drops it to, yeah, no, I was actually 66% the entire time. But they'll go on and on and on about math and how that's not blah, blah, blah. But that's just literally what that is. It's genuinely what the statistics tell us. We did it so many times, it's always right to ultimately switch the door. Well, at least statistically, because you have a higher likelihood chance. Because they all started off as 33%. To equal the 100% total that was there. That's the math. That's the statistics. The statistics. You get it? Which is the reason why it's like, oh, you see, here's the fucking reason why you're wrong. With quantum stuff. You know what I mean? Some of them that are really smart know this probably already. Little joke there. There's no special relativity over here. For quanta. Yeah, it's okay. All right. I didn't know to do that. It obviously has stored values that collapse once it has a given amount of interference. That changes it into an interactivity moving forward. It's almost like there's a thermal pressure system of sorts, acting on its best interest to essentially even it the fuck out to the highest probability it can do, and ultimately work itself into that direction of least resistance, which, shocker, that's what all your math and observations are saying. Are you wrong yet? Still not? No, okay, sure, somehow. But what it means for me, obviously, is, it's baryonic until I interact with it. I'm using cold. Except, of course, I'm actually creating a vacuum-like spring. It's condensed, sure. But, reality-wise, it's stored energy. It took energy to get it there. That's all it is. I'm just extracting it really efficiently. But it's like, no, but you see, the thing that is entropically things want to clump together. The path of least resistance is all together, all of them traveling as one. Ordered. Less chaotic. That's what its information systems do. It's so decoherent, though. But you know what's wonderful about this? I'm technically doing the opposite. I'm forcing heat in by making it go that fast. That's a thing. I'm literally doing that. The faster it goes, the more it has to ultimately use that energy to become better and 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 better at figuring out how not to fuck it up. You know, that kind of version of events where it goes, no, I don't want things to fucking get all wiggly and jiggly and chaotic. I'm traveling quite quickly, too. I don't like this. It's so easy. Like a small, tiny little thing is going to suddenly make me chaotic. So I need to turn baryonic. I need to cool off a little bit. Hey, what's up? Can you wiggle while I jiggle? Can you jiggle while I wiggle? Meanwhile, they're like, no, you must cool it with the lasers. And then I'm like, no, I'm just going to make it go faster. The right way. Through a couple of fields, and that'll probably be good enough. It's like, no, well, I mean, you're going to have... well, yeah, which I kind of needed to do that anyways, because it's like, well, the size, if you want it to do that, I mean, I don't need Earth levels. I'm accelerating. This is true, yeah, right? So I just need to consistently accelerate around 1G. Which isn't impossible to do. But there are technically many ways to do that, for what it's worth. We got faster than light, sure, but, let's not do that one. Let's go with I suck, squeeze, bang, blow all the interstellar media around us. Try and wrap your brain around maybe. I got a lot of neutrons, too, that I just decided to corral and suck in and squeeze them into a real tight baryonic state and then bang them. Just real cork gluon shit. Just really get, pop them. Just give them some energy. I really want them to fizzile. No, you're smashing. Okay, it's called smashing. This is only allowed to be called smashing. We're not fizzling. There's no bang. Shut up. Are you sure? Yeah, well, I guess I'm just a little old-fashioned. I guess I'm just not new and hip to the beats of the lingo of the young fucking cats around that are so cool and dead, possibly. You know what I mean? But the reason why I'm actually talking about it is because, that sound. You see what I mean? That's a sound pressure wave. You can accelerate things like that, really easily. Through a given medium. It wants to already start flowing a given way. And all I have to do is put it through the right way. Instead of the magnetohydrodynamics and Lorentz forces that most people would probably consider that to be, no, this is an undulating tube with effectively some stators and, the right entry from multiple different sizing and shaping of those tubes into a single one tube that forces multiple laminar flows together at different velocities and points within their tube state of relative to each other. As they flow, of course, what does this do? It burns off energy. As it wants to now suddenly, I need to get closer, but it's like, well, this is traveling faster, and this is, and this turbulence then suddenly becomes far more laminar again, and then more laminar again, and more laminar again, and then more laminar again. Becoming faster all the time. Now, it's like, no, I need to now finally put some, in these really tiny tubes here, some basic electromagnetic fields that are going to go, just align a little bit better, and just take a little bit of that energy out. Just a little, and, wow, that's cold. And baryonic has been achieved. Because it's a big, I need clouds, rain. I need that. Right? So obviously I've got myself some lakes, possibly streams. It's almost like it's actually possible to do that now on this earth. How come we don't do that? Nobody's really, fuck you, thinking about a lot of that. You would have thought people like you, who are apparently much smarter and right all the time, versus me. When you saw this nice laminar tube flow from one of these tubes to this other tube, which was really amazing, but it highlights like arcing on a fucking, cable of high voltage or something like that. But in reality, it's like that, but not the same. See, like, it's got to be a little bit flared out. And while, yes, no, it is traveling laminaristically, there's a reason why, like, the flow is where this is a little bit lower, right? Because, of course, that's gravity. And then you have to have that be a little bit larger, and a little bit, shaped the right. And then it's like, oh, yes. Because even though it's imperceptible to you and I, it did expand when it changed its compressive area state. The boundary layer of the water keeps it, but that's because it's all getting much more ordered. Okay? And so it doesn't expand as much. Instead, it resonates through that surface layer tension, like a spring that's wanting to snap. Like all those little popsicle sticks. When you suddenly yank one away, it goes, psh, right? Now, what am I doing? Exactly the same. Correct. But better. Because I put the work in. It's almost like if you set up something correctly and you put the work in, this vacuum energy does a lot more work than you think. Because no, it's not got anything there. That's the only reason why it's even traveling there. It might be traveling quite quickly, but it's like, there's less up there. And I want that. I want to be there. I want to fill that up. I need to fill that up right now. I need to do it. I see that. I got to do this. All of a sudden, whoa! I was traveling so quickly, and then I really just stopped being so ordered and nice and organized. I just got all hot and bothered, disorganized, threw things off the desk, said, God damn, what is on with my life? On with it. Because, like, I'm not living this life. Other things are. I'm not disassociating. You're disassociating. It's not anything that's going on. It's on. Because I'm perfect, and in no way can I ever make a mistake. See what I mean? The problem with certain psychologies, egos, personalities, right? Anyways, the point for me turned into this. That, as a baryonic, is a baryonic, and as a baryonic state of matter, it is. I've compressed this and made it so fast it has its own storage of volume of energy, which now goes into that's right, vacuum, where, by the way, it's not going to expand. You know what I mean? It's not going to suddenly change. It takes time to do that. It has to be interfered with correctly. Oh, wouldn't you know it? I got a lot of things that would love to interfere with it just right and then drip back down the way I need it to. Meanwhile, all I did was use some pressure of water stored at a given height slightly higher up, and then proceeded to use a lot of good physics and engineering principles to achieve a result that makes no sense for any of you because you don't do this. But it uses almost no energy, and instead of compressing anything or speeding it up, using anything other than its potential energy it already had for the ideal that it is in terms of its state of matter with energy still existing. Becoming more ordered and using its very energy itself to order itself, using the very principle that is fundamental to our whole fucking universe. Unlike your dumbass, who's forcing more chaos instead of allowing it and letting go to become less chaotic. In a passive manner, learning to give in and let the Oh my god, am I high now, guys? Did you give me mushrooms? Let go already, stop resisting it. I'm laughing a little bit inside because it feels that way. It's like, no, man, you gotta learn to fucking chill out. You know, just like kind of go, let it go and do the thing. Let it take over. But you gotta set up the setting properly, otherwise it doesn't do anything good like that. Oh, you gotta put the work in. For it to do anything at all. And there must be a space for it to go into, otherwise it's not going to. It's almost like there's a hole that many people experience on this shit that they slot into, and they get so knowledgeable about everything around them. It's almost like going into the hole is a good thing. Shut up, you over there! No, your psychosis is this, blah, 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 fuck off. He thinks he knows the thing. It's not. He doesn't know nothing. He certainly knows some things, but he doesn't know anything about this. Oh, yeah, you caught yourself in the double negative, huh? It's this stupid shit to me. Because ultimately, that's the point of this. It's like, oh, yes, no, it does do that. But it's like, behold why quantum foam is a thing. Behold why your fucking whole Big Bang is a thing. There's an outside pressure. You're a vacuum inside of here. Are you condensing closer and closer? No, you're expanding, quite obviously. That's why I think he's wrong about, like, no, the cold creeps in. I'm like, yeah, it's not really how that works, technically speaking. But, like, it's kind of a bit of both, right? Because it's like, no, it's only allowed for the cold to be exchanged. That's it. And I'm like, no. There's energy that was stored that is going to another place, which is what you stated. Remember? Yes, no, well, that's for a different thing and not for this at all. That's not allowed. Right, yes, no, not allowed. Okay. Oh, I see that I have pissed certain people off in certain works of physics and studies and more. That's all this is. Both of these things are together. One does not work without the other. An infinitely dense nothing thing literally can't go to another place unless there's another place to go to. Do you see it? Do you not understand that? That's space and time. That's why I talk about it as entropy. Not dissonance. It turns into a quantum information exchange, and there is, while degrees of that information being effectively radiated out because it's not perfectly concentrated to where it's going to go to for this one particle to this one particle, which gives you a bunch of quantum foam, but also gives you a membrane, which also makes it so that there's a potential land from where it is a Big Bang eventually pops in. There's a below the membrane. Oh, how did it make you? I go over that quite a few times on my YouTube channel, so I'm going to move on. But it's like basic stuff, simple premise. The problem is like we're not doing things very well. It's like I have to accelerate this 1G. Yeah, and I'm going to make that super efficient for myself. Watch this. I made a pump. I need to be certain heat values anyways. I'm going to restore all of that fucking opposite reaction energy into something I actually want. Good old Newton over here getting used quantumly. That's right. I'm going to order and organize these things better and better and better and better and better and better and better. And then I need to add just a sketch, just a touch, just a tiny little amount of energy, which actually takes the energy out anyways. But, you know, I digress. I don't get that energy back, however. as that's kind of like how that works. But it's what it is. It's what I can do. Now, in order to get a baryonic super cold fucking fluid that's super, super fast in a practically almost like a superfluid, yeah, happens to be shockingly not in any way less energy, except I technically did get it done with less energy because, of course, there's a big, huge 1G constant acceleration going on, which requires energy, right? It's like, it's so trolly. It's like, no, 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 no. I was so on board. Right? And it's like, no, no. So you see, you have that on Earth right now. Stored energy. Where did this stored energy? It's called your gravity. No, no, no. It also adds more in. It's always collecting a little bit more. Look at this. This is a space rock. What is this? There's fucking some gas. Yeah, that's some nice gas. What you got over there? There's some Corona? Thanks, man. I love Coronas, mass ejections. Hit me, fucking goddamn son. Hit me. I'm Earth Chan over here. I like to be sprayed. Now, once you realize that, it's like, no, this is not stored. I'm like, it is stored, just in a different way. You know what I mean? Like, no. But you see, it's not a fluid. It cannot be a fluid. It is a field at best. It's particles, and sometimes they're just too decoherent. And there's no way for me to store this heat that way. You don't live in the mantle, do you? You just set me up for fucking boom! I'm calling the shot out there. Babe Ruth coming in. Fucking that's exactly where I landed. Fucking perfect. It's almost like it's P values, not P versus NP. It's almost like it's calculatable. Well, that sucks for all of you. I'm gonna move on though, because what that really for me means, it's like, no, it's stored. It's a spring, right? And it's like, no, but you see, it's not. It's a massive collection of intrapedic pump go burr. If you were to, realistically speaking, do just the right little, what do you think would happen to that core of yours? Not the mantle, the core. Under this amount of pressure, it's a crystalline, stable, iron nickel, mostly apparently, core. But things, of course, rain down from a mantle like that is incredibly dense, and then eventually it actually falls. It's got to do that, no matter what. Because it's so heavy, and it's so pressurized, it doesn't matter that it's this hot. That's why the core's solid. Or is it a liquidy solid? Which one? So, or is it the triple point instead, where there could be some gaseous, it's not so solidly liquid thing. It's just a dense fucking liquid then, isn't it? All working together because of the pressure. Then it's like a Bose-Einstein condensate. That's more crystalline, so it's a time crystal now. I jiggled it the right way and compressed it back, and it bounced off of itself, and it's like, oh yes, now I shall wiggle it into a more baryonic kind of semi-solid, definitely more fluid state. I condensed it. Meanwhile, also me, in a special relativistic kind of manner here, I'm just saying, you look at like the whole universe, and it's like, and you look at a quantum, it's like they all start looking pretty similar here in terms of like fluidic versus solid versus it's not a wave, it's a particle. It's a fucking wave only. Oh, it can never be both at the same time. There's no such thing. No such thing. Meanwhile, Also, the other side of that too, unfortunately for me, because this is me. Yeah, but they're all fluids. Like everything's a fluid. It's just a different density of fluid. That's all that's ever been. Like even gravity is effectively a version of that. Like it's a given fluidic matrix that continues out as things spin because of conservation of momentum shit. You know, and it wiggles and jiggles as stuff moves on it. And it's like, oh, behold, my weird matricey thing of like, come back to me, yes. We shall slowly cool you off and become one big state of matter that's quite still. We will all gather around. That's what we will do. It's almost like it's thermodynamically, quantumly speaking, a thing that gravity happens to ultimately do. No, we cannot have this here. That's a different view altogether than what we would prefer, and there's only fields. Only the waves. We are not allowing for the particles. There's no fluids, no quantized any of this. Are you sure? You said there are quantas. You have to pick them. Oh, it's just like there's a pick whatever place in the entire universe. That's the center of the universe, right? It's there's for sure no center. So obviously, just pick something and go with it. That's not how we do things. We do things very specifically from this point, and then we measured, within this scope and distance. And then we were like, this time possibly elapsed with how best we looked at things, doing things over here in a very controlled manner. And then we're like, this is for sure a thing. Because we broke it down into tiny little time increments of like frame by frames that apparently can go infinitely small. Not like the big 3D, multi 4D kind of thing it is, Where does this go? Oh, yes, right. That's stored energy, right? It's quite a different type of stored energy for what it's worth. Because, we're all bunched up in it, and we decided Newton is right. It's called gravity. And I'm like, yes, he is. But, for also all intents and purposes here, it's literally making an inward-bound, constant acoustic resonance of the waves it produces. Ordering things greater and greater, such that they're almost like a baryonic, and it seems to expand the amount of space around them because of time going on. As it gets faster and faster towards the center, it might never really get to. Thus, making it larger and larger and larger, appearing like to us. But, oh, by the way, there's still information that comes out as gravity. The resonance, yeah, that's crazy. How does that work? It's sucking in, it punched a hole. Oh, yes, it's curvature. Yes. Meanwhile, also, there's a place I can go to. Look, I can go into that place. I'm traveling quite quickly, by the way, all the time. I just, generally speaking, always seem to want to clump up together and get more and more baryonic and less disorganized and moving. Chaotically like. It's almost like it uses sound and reservoirs to store heat. It's almost that way. I don't know why it might be that way. Maybe it is that way. Started with trollonomics here. I gotta get the trolls, right? Like, no, it's a perpetual, he's trying to fucking say, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Otherwise known as, wait for it. Because look at this spaceship. You know what I mean? Like, I gotta go to a pump, right? But it's like, who says I can't do that with my pump? I start a bigger place, I do all this, and boom, baryonic, that's a certain type of disorganized heat and pressure, but quite fast now. Really likes to go boom, really quickly. Goes to the whole twundle-wundles. I'll untangle it, get it real close in a baryonic. Do a little resonance. Hey guys, come on. Time crystal yourself together. Come on. Boom. I am one. I'm a new wave function. That's all I've ever been. I am new, quite functionally in all ways. Definitely different. Not the two things stuck together. No. I'm also smaller than I was before. By a technical amount. It's not really necessary to think about that amount. It's not that big of a deal. Where does that go? I don't have anything to share with you. There's no way that it would be compressed all the time because of a space and time thingy going on that's all so dense and hot and pressurized, trying to fill you up. No! The potential land does not exist! There's no way! Nothingness is not a thing. You cannot calculate it based upon a whole bunch of points all around it to ultimately mean this one single point thing that essentially exists in all the different ways that has been theorized before. Like one electron for all the electrons, but it's just moving around and it's a tunnel time thing. Anyways, moving on. But except it's not really. It's all a connected like blob dimension thing. Where it's like it's both there all the way deep in. And if you were to get outside, it's right there. The same thing, actually. It's just like a slightly connected, supersymmetrical-ish like thing, going on. Which is why we think there's an infinitesimally infinite amount of distance between everything. And our semi-technicality-wise, infinite fucking stupid fields happen to do things still together and work. It traverses. Crazy. They cancel out. Infinities apparently can cancel themselves out. Two technicality infinities exist. Now, they don't as much. Because there's no such thing as perfect canceling out. Take a look at any destructive interference wave. Energy has to go into something. Conservation of fucking information is still a thing thermodynamically. No. I'm so sure. So we have to move on. It's like, all right, we got to look at the spaceship. I said, I want you to look at the spaceship. If you got to here, I want you to look at the spaceship. Okay, well, I can't. How? You don't give us any, fucking, in your mind, imagine, harder. Draw it if you have to. You expect me to be able to do that which you can do. How is that going to happen? I can't draw that. I'm not going to do that. I don't have CAD. I don't want to really, honestly, shut up. Let's look at the spaceship. I'm not going to do it. You know what I mean? I'm fucking do it yourself. Do some work. Fuck off. If I get there eventually, because I'm actually mentally and physically able to get that shit done, then I will. But otherwise, shut up. So, cool spaceship. Yo, bro, how'd you do this? Well, I was all like, I'll make a vacuum in front of me, and then I'll put concentration of stuff there. But I'm gonna be yeeting stuff at it, because it goes around me as it tries to get to the vacuum, and then it's all like, no, bro, but I said just skip off and go over to here. And then when you do that, just give me some good sweet squeeze vibes. Just go this way. And then deposit it perfectly, exactingly how you found it within all of the ways, but not destructively, just energetic and information and so on. So that way it's not traveling, it seems like any faster or colder or hotter or any of that. Why? Well, luckily though, space and time likes to organize itself a little better. So it's pretty good at it. Just use a little, I'm going to capture some of that energy and do it the right way. With some nice tubes, I guess. Not really. But think of it like that. In reality, it's not tubes. It's a skin. And it's a skin that creates a bunch of fields. And a bunch of fields that effectively grab and cool and then, hey, this thing is getting pretty close. Space, and then it's, just moved from this thing as I kind of did like a really quick switcheroo of this, slowing down over here of this orbit of this electron, and then some nucleus was all like jiggle, wiggle, wiggle, jiggle, wiggle the right way. And I was all like, yeah, but I'm going to turn that off right there. And it was like, oh, I can now probabilistically be far more likely to be in all these other places. Which gives me a whole like, oh, I shall now do this. Curvature, Lindsay, diffraction-y, refractory, in no way, refraction-y. Yeah, get your head out of the gutters, bro. Kind of thing, where I deposit it just ever so safely over there. And so doing, I capture some relativistic speeds of things going my way. Look at me, I'm getting some quantum vacuum shit. But don't worry, no one will literally know because it deposited the same amount. Or we could go back to this neutron thing. How did it... opposite reaction? No way. It's almost like I need this energy to go into something if I'm pushing that direction towards it. The vacuum I want. Wait, what? Wouldn't it be the opposite way? You caught me. It's almost like thermodynamics should say it's not what they say it is. Anyways, so it goes and all that stuff, I'm sure. You know what I mean? Because, like, what does it really sound like, right? Let me just get out my fucking... I'm right there in the future somehow. I put the stethoscope on. I'm fucking working, suck it. Ha 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 ha. Okay, enough of you. I don't know. Point is, though, what it means is that throws a given type of wave interference. And if you do it in a nice phasing and multiple layers and big, wide, big thing, it then, of course, gives you a degree of measurable effect. But, of course, it don't really work and it won't really work until you get fast enough. That's the whole point of the damn thing. You have to actually get going to get fast enough to then be able to start doing it. And you have to dump more energy in to be able to do that if you want to do it at a slower speed. Which is why I always cite 60% is the speed of light before you really kind of get it into the point where, well, it'll start actually really doing this. Unless I want to go like, well, I'm like only going at this fast. But meanwhile, I'm like, aren't we all traveling really fucking pretty fast from our singular point where we started and accelerating? I wonder if I could do this better. Passive approach. Behold, I'm organizing some stuff around there. Wow, that worked. Crazy. That's holy shit. Yeah, look how fast I can move around now, guys. Oh, you're all relatively going the same speed as me. It's okay. That sucks. That's terrible. I want to look cool. I have to do it like a different way. Different direction, different type of things to you. So that way it looks like I did anything at all. It's almost like there's a rotatey with another rotatey around another rotatey going on here when you perform your experiments in your nice little localized area where everything is extraordinarily localized. In no way what it is they claim about not being localized. With all the waves interfering with each other, definitely giving them a special relativity both to themselves and each other. But I can't measure it. I'm always angry at this one. Like, this is where it fails. Every time. Like, their math just starts going... How does this work? Do you understand how this works yet? Explain to me this fucking shit.
All of the components know that that's there. The quantum information, no matter what's obviously still going on. We just haven't observed it. You get that, right? So it still works with the thermodynamics, by the way. It's still what we're doing, by the way. It's still baryonic. We just don't have the information having it ultimately disorganize itself. What's going on here? No, it's condensed. We don't do compression here. Okay, that's not how this works. We just Bose-Einstein condensated our asses together. And a baryonic, I guess. Has to be baryon. No, we can't do that. You know, screw it. I'll just fucking be a weirdo. I'm just gonna put a spin in this, an opposite directional spin that collapses this way, and in so doing, it's kind of like it arrests its given kind of energy and spin, as it's an opposite interference pathway. But when it does that, it has a secondary collapsing field that then pushes it in an opposite removal of a drag kind of coefficient of informational energy and fills the gap so it travels seemingly faster out of nowhere. And then tunnels, faster than we could ever perceive. Dunk, dunk, dunk. But it gained ever more increasing amounts of, you guessed it, organization and order. It's called the Lemke principle. The Lemke force, too. Because, of course, it's a tunnel force. It's a different type of force. It's not like your guys' force. It's a vacuum force. That's right. It's a fundamental force of a vacuum that makes it go boom and do things. I proved that it exists by doing this. And that it can be harnessed. A vacuum energy, unlike any of these other guys over here that have done things with this vacuum energy. Shoo, get away. Just imagine I'm not even looking at them. I'm just trying to, stop their flailing arms as they flail at my right arm over here as I hold my left, with my left arm here. My phone. Get the fuck out of here, you dick. Shoo. No one knows about you. They know about me. No one knows about you. Who knows about your ass? Shush you. We're supposed to be like in the 1800s, where this is the only thing they did in the 1900s too, where they named everything after themselves. And everything had to become very specialized with very specialized math that's totally different and no way similar to anything else. So I think it's so much funding and they can actually do things. Except also like they wanted the fame and, there's a lot of other stuff there. Well, What do you know over there? Get out of here. Go away. However it works out. We got to get this done. Penicillin, 10%. All right. Woo. Now, see, this is a weirdy as fuck kind of chirality structure vortexy thing I have to make because it collapses because I have to spin a woo, but I don't want it to spin. So it's like, oh no, I have to spin in no real way. I actually have to have like a fucking little thing that's like a grid with the right little stators and bullshit, fucking compound material structure stuff. And I go, and I pulse it, and it goes, and it does it just like that. But you know what the best part is? I can just constantly do that. It just attaches, and it's like every single fucking quantized anything. Super speedy highways, right? I mean, is it proportional to the amount of energy put in? I'm barely putting energy in. In fact, I'm actually taking energy out. That's the problem. Remember that structure I was talking about? Well, it has to create a field effect. I'm energizing it, and then I'm pulsing this out. And it's all like, what? And it's like, yeah, no worries. Just give me that sweet energy. I was going to lose some energy with this fucking capacitor fucking shoving fields my way. What the fuck, bro? I have to power that. You better give me energy, bitch. No! Junk! Ow! Hey! Fresh as constantly, always humming and thrumming. You know what I mean? Got a big old thruster over here. Look, I'm storing heat somehow. I gotta put it somewhere. It's not a pump! You're not allowed! Stop with your Lemke force fucking fluid dynamics, quantum pump bullshit. I won't. You can't stop me. I'm a thermodynamics guy. I'm quantum thermodynamics over here. You can't stop me. Boom! I'm over here now. You can't even do anything. Where did you go? I'm over here. I'm all the places at once. I'm superpositionally things. Oh yeah, what are you gonna do? Interfere with me now? Poke? I was over here. Suck it. Whee! So anyways, look at my spaceship. It's almost like I can do this passively with this little fucking compound. Structured the right way. Otherwise known as materials, otherwise known as chemicals, otherwise known as anything that's strung together, elements, effectively, the right way. Now, of course, that's a little bit of research development. I'm sure. Why would we even? And it's almost like there's a caveat and a catch here. You can only go this direction. That's it. Yeah, no. You can slightly, and I'm going to curve off that way. But that's it. You get this one. Just and point and shoot, and that's what you get. Nothing else. You get to shoot that. You can kind of curve it a little bit over time. That's all you get. And then you can slow it down the other way. Yeah, it's like, oh yes, filter through me. Give me all your inner. Slow me down, baby. It's almost like I don't even need reaction thrusters. I just go, vacuum, save me. No, there's energy here. Even if we don't understand the energy type, because pressure-wise it's very small to us. That's good. I like that. You're a smart one. This one's smart. This is a smart guy over here. I like that. We're just gonna store heat in a different way, right? It's like, yeah, pretty much. We're organizing ourselves because we just expanded, obviously, so dense in no way anymore. We're just doing this thing where it looks like we're expanding and accelerating in a given direction, and we become transparent and translucent first, and then like everything kind of like we disappeared. It's almost like the universe is currently doing something similar. No. Anyways, I'm going to move on to, behold, it's accelerating. But no, let's go with the neutrons. Let's do the neutrons. They're everywhere. They're a big old atmosphere that we never really consider as something we can use. That's seriously the case. Now, if we had a bunch of neutrons just like hanging around willy-nilly, in our fucking atmosphere, that's what we breathed, you'd be like, yeah, no, there's a fucking neutron atmosphere. What the fuck? And it's like, exactly. That's what that is. Yeah. Meanwhile, what's sucking it in, blowing it out my ass? Ram air effect. Yo! How do I capture these? Well, this one's a little bit more complicated. For what it's worth, I'm making fake super dense material. I'm taking a bunch of elements, sizing them up for their actual fucking size of the nucleus in the orbit, right? And then I'm fucking sticking them like graphite, but like, and then diagonally, and then like, all these other fucking ways to just shove as many different things together. But no, it's fine, because they're only with this electron orbit. It's fine. It's okay. It's not that bad. Shove more in, compress, turn it into a Bose-Einstein condensate. Oh yeah, let me get that cold. Yeah, zap with a little fucking line. Stop with the freaking spinny bullshit. Fucking pop in. Yes, there it is. Yeah, boom, and it's stable. Look at this. Oh my god. It weighs like okay. It's a decent weight, but it's really stupidly dense looking. But it's fake. It's not like a neutron star matter. I don't get like any of that. I'm not cool like neutron stars. Those damn bastards. Those degenerates. Jeez. Just hanging out over here. Able to fucking contain cork gluon plasma. Fucking hell. How does that work? I don't know. Honestly. But maybe this will be able to do this. This brand new type of material I just made. Where it intersects in so many different ways, it might as well look like it's a neutron star matter. Because it's effectively like all the nucleuses are right there, just covering each other. You know, like a bunch of balls, and then like smaller balls and another small ball, and then like there's a bunch of whizzy balls around, just like kind of fitting in between each other, kind of tunneling and popping around. Just like, I have a place over here. Okay, I'm over there now. It's just getting pulled around, you know, it's fine. I mean, as long as the electrons are all in the right place, it's fine. Look at me, my Lemke bonding technique. That's right. Screw your idea of an electron orbit for what it's worth. Ionic, metallic, ionic, fucking covalent, double, fuck off. This goes all the way to your nucleus. Don't even try, baby. It barely fucking fits in here. Spin faster, go harder, do the tunnel more. Meanwhile, it's also the equivalent of, and then I layer a bunch of these pieces together over and over and over to do effectively another version of the same thing, and they do that again. Much like our DNA goes like rapidy rap, and then it spins again, and it wraps that spinny thing, and it does that, you know what I mean? And then it's like, oh, look at this tiny, huge amounts. Holy fuck, look at this DNA strand. Holy Lord. Anyways, just in this little small thing, it's not that bad. Well, it's not that bad. Oh my god, that's heavy. Yes, I didn't say it was not going to be. It's just far more compact. For what it's worth, luckily though, this is all that's necessary. That's right. For the low price of, yeah, well, that's a little heavy. I agree. I'm not going to lie. It's not as heavy as like tungsten or pure like uranium or something. But it's factually speaking a different type of fake density, right? It's dense. It's far denser than that uranium. It fits closer together. It's got all the little spots that it could try and get through, gone. But it's not going to weigh as much because you have to use a lot more lighter materials here. I don't really want to weigh that fucking much. Although there are some heavy ass elements in there, so watch yourself. You know. Really? Oh, they're not radioactive. Which is good. I like that. You know, but they are still heavy, you know, so you know, that standard rule of thumb of because they're heavier, they've got smaller than the size you'd think they would be. How does that work? I don't know. It's a weird one, that's for sure. Yeah. Anyways. Point is, though, there's some UUQ in there. Yeah, I figured out how to force it to be maintaining a stability because it can't really tunnel anywhere, and all of its electrons are always forced around it, and it always has this electron pressure, just always just fucking forcing it to just stay. Stay, you bitch. As I pound my fucking refrigerator. Stay again. What are you doing over there? You need neutron? Capture this neutron. It suddenly starts stabilizing itself. Oh, there's another enough neutrons and proton and then fucking like, and then, or those different quarks. Was I a fucking proton? What is this? Oh, I'm stable. Anyways, look at this. Behold, this tiny little fucking, which isn't that tiny, but like it's big and it's going to be in this whole place. Anyways, point is, that does a nice little reflectivity of these neutrons because I shaped it like this. And it's absorbed it completely to the point where neutrons go, fuck you, bitch. What? How do I get through this? I'm literally unable to get through this. I have to now interact. There's literally no spot for me to go, I'll just go around wave interference style. I'll just fucking do and like oh, what is that, a tree trunk? Yeah, I'll just go around the tree trunk. It's fine, whatever. Fucking no, the tree trunk has become massive. It's literally impossible. It's more like a hyper dense forest in Minecraft, which, you know, it's kind of a thing, but yeah, pretty much. Bump. Ah, bitch. Go that way. I shall now energize this. So that way the electrons move in a different way. That way it produces some nice fieldy-wieldies of the magnetic and electro varieties. Some chargy warges. So now we'll start to orientate different neutron varieties and try and stick them together, and the tubes will capture them correctly and spin them faster and faster. And then they'll go, no, no, stop spinning. Just travel faster, actually, the different way than spin. Get rid of your spin. I don't want your spin. Get out of here. No, no more spinning. Stop with the spin. Who keeps giving him spin? Oh, you set this up wrong. You're supposed to remove the spin. Anyways, and what is this? Here it is. It's a nice, weird as fuck, by the way. I'm just saying. Stupid superfluid of neutrons. Hyper-condensed. This is all moving together. It's a baryonic kind of like... It can't be baryonic quite the same way. Of course, it's super highly dangerous. Like, could literally kill you if you were to stand in it. Now, what am I going to do? I'm going to cause it to spin, but a different way. This is a tunnel spin, if you will. This is a different Lemke principle. Okay, that one accelerates it and tunnels it in one single direction. This one gives it a type of very organized, very vortexed, like a barrel roll actually is instead of an aileron roll, which is what they usually reference. Ailerons, wingtips spin, fuselage stays still. That's spin. That's what they were talking about. Mine's a vortex. Except it goes, yes, no, I'm actually just this field now. And in no way am I this thing over here that I used to be. But for our intents and purposes, no, it is not. It has been gonified and will reappear somewhere. Uh-huh. Yep. Just gonna have to deal with that. With we will, do with that what we will, We're gonna move on though, because guess what? That means because of that spin, because of that chirality, I can merge things and entangle them far easier, and impart a given type of energy that separates them, and from a baryonic-like field, turns them into their wave function collapse of all their different quark and gluon matters. That's right, for a low, low price of a decent amount of energy put in, to start with, of course. Good old conventional, some thrusty stuff. It goes, suckity suck, suck, suckity suck. Oh yeah. Meanwhile, we're spinning from towards that direction, right? From east to west. Yeah? Yeah. Why? Point. Brrr. Behold, it works the natural wonders of the world, right? It would do it anyways. It would reflect. It will bounce out. Do you see? It will bounce out. It has to bounce out. It's just going to curve. There'd be a very small amount. It would not be enough. You'd have to do the thing that's able to get actual direction to it all. Remember, there's the whole spin and curve and all that stuff. It's like you'd have to point it directly up, or you have to point it in the direction it travels, or slightly diagonal, because that would be good with a big old curve, and that'd be really helpful to scoop those fuckers in. Oh, yeah, well, now it's spinning. Wow, look at all this energy I'm getting from this axle with this fucking stuff that's attached to it. Oh, no, it's almost like it's infinite. It's not. I mean, there's like a lot of neutrons, but it's not infinite. Behold, a fake perpetual. Yes, thank you. Yes, there we go. I love using the word fake perpetual because that's exactly what this is. It's fake, but it for sure does this. Takes a little bit of energy to start with, but then it just continues doing it. Because there's an atmosphere we didn't know how to burn yet. That's right, we gotta burn this atmosphere. It's like, behold, it's a quark gluon plasma. Yes, but you know what the cool part is? I can turn this into an even denser amount of plasma by baryonicking the shit out of it. What is this over here? There's some interstellar media I need? What you got over there, bitch? What is that? Behold, behold, there are some nice heavy elements when you baryonic this shit together and then boom. Tunnel them with a little entangle-wangle and get them close time crystal thing. And then you changed, ultimately, the interference pathway. This is just a fancy way of saying I put a field there the right way. That's all I did. I was like, man, here. It interfered enough, and it was like, no, I'm no longer the stable, organized, non-chaotic thing I am. That's quite entropetically a thing. Ordered? Oh, yes, ordered. That's what it was, yes. I refuse to say it's ordered. Ordered, you mean? Yeah, that's what I meant, yeah. Anyways, works out, though, wonderfully. It's almost like it's a Ram scramjet for space. I wonder how long I can get 1G of acceleration. You know, the problem, though, is the moment you get to a certain distance away from Earth, you're going to try and pound more in. You know what I mean? And it's like, no, let me just fucking fire heavier and heavier elements. God damn it. Oh, look, UUQ, stabilize. Just fucking Olympic swimming pools. A fucking microsecond. Go. Telltale signs here, of course, of an existence of an advanced civilizational race that we can trace back somewhere, somehow. Where are these field nebular things of fucking goddamn UUQ, otherwise known as Limkeonium because it's stable? It's not like the UUQ that they discovered. This is the stable one. Woo! Limkeonium. Yo! Anyways. It's like, why does this have to do with your... Look at all the pieces of the puzzle of the spaceship. It's like, no, I could never... How do I suck it in again? Yes, I use lasers. I'm like... And then I go like magnets to move laser around properly. And then fire and then make it go like burr closer to me. And create a plug, a plasma kind of thing ahead of me, just like a little, and then grab it and suck it in, resonate it, come on, yeah, flow it a little bit, oh yeah, pound, here's some electricity going in there, oh yeah, fuck yeah, grab some more, baby, oh yeah, yeah, look at how much fucking goddamn material I suck in and just squeeze really hard, and then I blow it out really fast. It's nice, actually. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. That's right. I'm going to suck it in. I'm going to squeeze it. I'm going to bang it up. Boom. And I'm going to blow it out. Well, you know, you didn't talk about the bang part. No, I actually did a little bit before that. I just skipped the bang part because I feel like you just heard that and you didn't need to hear about it. You know, that thing I was literally just talking about like a few fucking minutes ago or something. Like, what? What is this? Well, anyways, so I did that. That was nice. It was super great. You know, it was easy as fuck, obviously. Like, get on my level. You just need to get the money and people that believe in you. God, it's already done, really. So we're now going to move on to something else entirely. It's like, well, I mean, I have these living quarters that need to, like, be warm and cold enough. Whoa! No. Get colder over there. Ah! It's so much colder over here. Yes. I like that, though. Really? Yes. I mean, that's a hot spot. That's a cold spot. There's a little, I'm going to evaporate over here. I'm going to go over there. There's some seasonal changes. There's some fucking I'm going to concentrate some fucking light over here. Of course, I can't get all the light from my plasma and stuff. You know, there's there's light over here. There's probably a lot of light from this cork gluon plasma thing. I'm just like, here, go over there. It's super fucking ridiculous shit. Super fluid. I don't even have those what is this thing? A superconductor? Nah, fuck superconductors. No. You should already be going that way. You're traveling so fast, I don't even want to try. You should be just there. I'm just going to be like, slightly in any kind of way. That's all I'm going to do. Here's some copper coils and, maybe graphene or whatever. Definitely the cheap shit that works really well for a really long time. That kind of thing. Yeah. Some lasers over here. Just get a little closer, get a little more organized. Yeah. Do it. I need you to do. Yeah. Boo. But say, what's great about that? It's super, honestly, easy to do that once you get up to the right speed. It's like, oh my God, what's it? Oh, where's this gonna? Oh, it's just gonna use this constant acceleration I'm using. Yeah, well, no, I mean, but there's a lot more gas maybe at some various stages or something. Honestly, there is. That's why I created this other type of Limke tunnel, bare minimum wormhole technology. It's on my YouTube channel already, the whole concept and how it works. That's a genuine little tidbit for you if you go back far enough. But anyways, the point I have is it's like, oh yes, no. Basically, I'm doing the same thing. I'm entangling a type of chirality, right? But it's like, not really. Actually, it's a vacuum here, right? And it's like, right, but that's going to act a lot like space and time, except it collapses, it moves, this whole thing. But it's not really staying there. Eventually, over time, it will actually stay there. So that's the wonderful part about it. Because, of course, that's how resonance frequencies travel throughout all the fucking space-tons, infotons, inflatons, and more, man. Gotta get that decoherence to work for us. Oh, yeah. Can't be doing this non-localized stuff. Oh yeah, I gotta make it so it's super definitely not localized. That was a sarcastic one at the end there. They're always localized. Everything's localized. Nothing's not localized. But these ones, of course, are just tunneling things. See, like, they break down the information as it goes through, and it, of course, is tunneling it into the wave formation, like the neutrons that I talked about, and then it tunnels it through a given entangled quantum tunnel. Okay, so like that was the tunnel that I was talking about that skips it forward. It goes a little faster than you think. But if you happen to entangle it the right way, it'll then tunnel all the way to that spot that it used to think it was, except it's now there, so it knows it's there. Basic stuff. Luckily, though, I don't need any field interactivity. It just does it, because that's its tunnel type, right? It's resonating its tunnel between the two at all times. That's how you have to entangle it. So what that means is it never, ever actually loses enough energy to not tunnel both directions. All you're doing is changing it into information, dude, that you can use in this manner. Now, granted, that information, that wave, does sort of remove your outward, this whole thing, right? So like, and if it were to fail, you'd have to like put yourself back the right way exactly, and then like move yourself through the right way, because otherwise it's like you cut yourself at a fundamentally speaking here, very subatomic level. No, you didn't split the atom, although you kind of do, but not really. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, no, a little bit of glow or whatever, but then it's like, stick it back, stick the fuck back, stick the fuck back. Yeah, it's fine. It's there's a little like I have to make sure it's all gonna fucking heal and whatnot, because like you did damage some of that, you know what I mean? And it goes through. It's fine. Everything's that's working again. Oh yeah. Oh ow. Oh yeah. I wonder why. So don't ever do that weird thing, But eventually it'll turn into this actually space and time entangled thing. Like a portal. It's a real portal. However, it gets infinitely because this is how that exponentiation problem works for space and time and the whole universe, and it's all moving and information has to travel around and do this stuff. So like, oh, I suddenly have this information traveling and I'm over here now. And it's like, well, what the fuck? What just happened? There's a vacuum over here. Now I know where I am. And then it's like, now I kind of know the thing, and it's like space and time is curving weirdly, and it's going through this way and that way, and it's just all this bunch of stuff. But, what you get is some cool, exotic matter and energy. Although, you do have to do it the right way and capture it with the right feels, but you can get it, okay? Which is wonderful. That's because of the tunnel effect and the fact that you're turning something into a wave, which has to maintain its given information. Whole thing. Along with, by the way, I went through space in a weird fucking manner where it's both places at once. Technically at all times. What's this? Gravity goes burr way harder over there now all of a sudden. What the fuck? You ever think about that with Portal? It's like, no, this, within the context of Earth here, it makes total sense, right? It's like, oh, it's blowing air out. Well, that's because of air pressure, sure. But, the problem is all of a sudden a bunch of gravity happened to also shoot the fuck out. Because it was right there, curved inwards like that. If it was on the ground, it's for sure going straight back towards it. And it's not going to be perfect. So it's like, and I crash upon the moon's surface. Whoopsie. Hey, no, oh my god. Wobble, 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 wobble. Ah, fuck. Did you turn off the portal? Please turn off the portal. But the reason why I was talking about it like that is because this is a storage of heat to space and time. That's right, it's getting super ordered, but it's very hot and disordered, very chaotic, and it's a wave that it happens to elicit for space and time. But for its actual view of itself, it's super ordered exactly where it is. Right? That's why it does it. So it's like, I'm kind of sacrificing a little bit because you guys will figure that out, but I'm pretty much good. However, that exponential increase of time it takes to get any one of these little things to do it sucks. That's the caveat to this. So it's like, oh, if I want to make a small one, it's fine for computer chips and faster than light communication, stuff like that, right? But if you want to put them together, and a bigger area of effect starts to occur, even if you spread it out over there somewhere else. So the moment you put something the size of an actual door for someone to go through, it takes way longer. It can take decades sometimes to get something that size. Of course, we're all talking about different placements in the universe, and if we're talking about Earth here to Earth, somewhere else on Earth, of course, that would be more like 5 years. Of course, you have to piece together these tiny little things all together, chunk, and it's like, no, you actually can't put any of these chunks anywhere near each other. Stop doing that. In fact, if anything, you want to be really close together so there's very little of that going on, right? For that reduction of time, increase of time to ultimately make these things even become the space-time entangled version versus just tunneling things around, very well. Which you can put them together as the tunnel version, and that right there is fine. You don't have to do anything for what it's worth, okay? Or you just have to go through it. That's all that is, okay? And so it's not a real wormhole in that sense until it turns into this, which in this case is a portal, bare minimum, wormhole. And it's still scary, and it costs a fuck ton of time to do it. 5 years for a door. One door. Takes 5 years. And they all have to be super close and have to do all this stuff and all that. Right? And then it's like, and then we have to get them all together as quickly as possible because, yeah, sometimes when you move them, they like to go, no, but what if I wasn't? And so you have to go this is a given distance. So it's over there, that's 100 miles away, and over here, and it's okay, and okay, and quickly, go. And it's okay, now we have a door. And does it go through? Can you go through? I can fucking see you. I could go through. Can I go through? I can go through. Holy shit, I just went through. I just went through to this. I'm 100 miles away. Oh my god, the Limke fucking bare minimum tunnel wormhole works. The portal. The only way to really possibly make it safely without killing everyone, truthfully. I'm using all of the energy of all of your movement and all of the space and time expanding and all the rest to basically force itself into a more and more concentrated state to literally always condense itself and entangle itself and keep itself going. And a nice little pump, you know? Just like I was talking about all the way up to this point. Meanwhile, look at my skin on my spacey ship. It's almost like I'm not even there. Just go straight to my fucking goddamn engine. Keep it up, engine. Love you. Brrr. I'm barreling through. Oh my god, stop coming towards our planet, you dick fuck. Just goes through. No! It's fine. You're a good gravitational. I'll just get real close. Stop doing. I Swiss cheese planet. No. Meanwhile, same thing for, oh, are you near like a neutron star? I'm totally going to use this neutron star. Whee! Really test that thing out. Let's go over to a fucking black hole. Let's see what's up there. Whee! How the fuck did you do? Well, technically, I was never there. You see what I mean? I was technically way the fuck right here. At all times, it doesn't even know that I'm ever anywhere other than this place. You know, that problem, where I'm both the skin and the engine. And it never gets to see anything inside of the box. Like an Albuquerque to a degree, but except it's not. It's thermodynamics. It's a really good tube system, effectively. Not even a joke. It's like, I could have done this, but it's like, no, I didn't want to because I'm gonna do cooler things. So, anyways, I could have just made a bunch of screens and put some straws there, I guess, and then moved it through things. And if I did it the right way, ultimately it would have looked like it wasn't even me passing through. That's got to wiggle and jiggle and shake all the right ways. Got like nice couple of fields the right way, and oh, what do you know? It's like it's totally perfect all the way through. Anyways, that's why particle-wave duality becomes, for me, a fluid of quantized waves and particles, because a quanta is kind of like a particle in all aspects, even as a just pure waveform. You know what I mean? But they're like, no, I don't like this. No, it's got to be separate and undetermined and in no way able to be seen. And it's certainly not special relative to itself. And in no way can it ever be anything other than fully not localized and in all ways superpositional no matter what. I'm like, I don't know, it's trying to sell people for, but that don't seem like the case. I'm just saying. I'm putting it out there. It doesn't seem like that's the case. Because of course it's going to wiggle and jiggle. Because things are around it. Oh, is that quantum foam? Is that some extra, like, not perfectly done wiggle-jiggle field? Is there some small, slight degree of some friction over there? I see. There's no absolute zero because you must be traveling a given direction of some kind. No! Shut up, you. Yay! That's what we're trying to do? Well, you know, not really. Technically speaking, episode 0 is a bit of a different one. A bit of a misnomer, so to speak, the way they do it. You know, I'm just speeding things up, like relative to other things. That's literally what that is. It's like, no, I'm slowing this down, and then everything else is going still. You know, and so like relative to the context of everything around it, it's just, you know, getting better at staying where it is. We're just pushing it through to make a bubble, you know? Look at my bubble of space-time. Whee! Because I love it. Because that's what that is, basically. Except the caveat, of course, is the fact that I can't really do it the same way that a lot of people would probably want me to say I'm doing it, which would be impossible to do. I have to do it the actually possible way. You know what I mean? Yeah, that standard, like, yes, no. Turns out I have to be relative to the thing that I capture, and then I have to put in that energy passively, because it's like, well, that's a degree of type of friction, which of course I can cool and heat respectively both ways, right? And it's like, well, the energy has to go somewhere. I'm like, yeah, no, well, it depends, because it'll go back into the engine, essentially. It's like, why wouldn't I wrap it back into that? You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, no, I can vent some of it into my like spaceship atmosphere and, you know, like scrubber stuff and, you know, off to like the space for IR or whatever. But also I can just dump it straight back into work and movement of some kind with a resonance frequency pump type of action. Hence the sonic, the sound, using sound to store heat, just in a different manner. You see what I mean? It's like, no, see, there's that, I just put it over here. But it's like, no, technically, because technically, what I really did was make it so that way it stores heat in a very uniform, altogether way. By taking other heat that I didn't want it to go and do any of these other things, other than this way that it needs to be stored. And I had to put a little bit in there at first, but like, you know, I got that back and I put it back in. It's the whole thing. Granted, there's some degree of loss. I get that, you know what I mean? But like, hey, it's the best I can do. You know, I'm trying my best here. Meanwhile, I'm far enough away, but how did we get around the stupid fucking ridiculousness that is hyper-compressed matter? Yeah, you didn't. Don't ever go near planets. Don't ever go near any fucking stars. Don't do that. Please never do this. You will literally shoot a fucking star through your engine if you do that. It's not a joke. And it will do it just as fast as always. I mean, that's another reason why the wormhole skin is on the inside, just in case anything were to try and tunnel and decay and stuff. It's like, well, no, now you can't do that, so suck it. What the fuck? Right? Yeah, but it's like, no, also your heat, don't kill me. Get out of here. And any of your neutrons or gamma or any of it, out. Shoo, you deadly problems. Meanwhile, but we're going to some place. This will be fine. I'll just give it to them. Yeah, no, you will. Hyper concentrated fucking like supermassive black hole freaking jets coming out. Look at my cool lightsaber of epic proportions. My schlong is Schwartz, I swear. Anyways, but the problem is it's kind of exactly like that. You know, I like using my faster and light like thermodynamic vacuum thing way more because it's like I can just go through the thing versus I consume the thing. You know what I mean? Destabilize and turn into something I can burn immediately. I don't think that's a good idea anymore. You seem like the cowardly lion type. Have fun over there. I guess you don't like anyone. You go through a black hole, you're carrying a black hole with you for a while until you fully remove it. It's going to be fine, though, I'm sure. You're super confident and courageous and all that. Yeah, oh, God. Meanwhile, me, I'm a person that understands, not like this ignorant fool. I'm totally well aware of how dangerous this fucking shit is. Holy God. Black hole! Oh, shit. Roaming it is, you see. Except it got strung out over a longer distance. But of course, it's an infinite singularity we would have to hit to be able to, like, you know, get, like, that kind of stuff. So that's not going to happen. I would doubt in any way I'm going to be able to get, like, the fucking black hole singularity, like, but you know, for what it's worth, like a neutron star I could hit, like I could get in the center, whatever it might be there, and I could drag that out, you know, consume it, it collapse on itself, which, no, it's fine if it blows up. I'm perfectly protected, that's the thing. Just cover the shields of the window and do. And way, look at, oh God. No! It's fine. How does it feel like out there, guys? Is it good? Meanwhile, it's all behind me anyways, and I can just suck the vast majority of it. I can just grab it and then put it over into my fucking suck tank areas. Behold! Oh dear, I must have exploded some things. Yeah, what does a black hole do? Well, luckily because it's a very small point, you won't really have the neutron star type of thing, which will be good. But otherwise, if you do get close enough, you are effectively stretching a black hole out at that point. Like, genuinely, yeah. Like, no, I'm still tossing some fucking things back down there. You know what I mean? And as a result of it bent and curved, it doesn't see me as having mass of any sort, and it basically seems like, oh, I'm getting fed anyways, and that's actually where my real event horizon is, so I'm always just past it, just using it to push me. You know what I mean? But it's like, kind of, I mean, it's intaking. How do you consume gravity? Oh, right, yes. So, if I compress space and timey-wime together, like it is, and orientate it really well, it's like the Big Bang's fucking fissile whimper moment. It starts accelerating rapidly, and now I have just pure space, basically. Because, of course, time is what was more or less created here, as it had to be intrepidically shoved into this slower and slower and slower moment. And so it had to spread itself out longer and longer and longer, creating a different form of space. That's an entropy version of things. Anyways, I grabbed that, and then I basically just kind of compressed it a little bit, except I'm now just allowing it to elongate out. And so it's like, behold me, trying to live through this stupid fucking ridiculousness. Oh God, why did I ever do this? This will go on for way too long. It's like near infinite, man, or infinite, whatever it is. It's something huge, and it'll take a really long time to fucking burn all of it. Or let it release as a fissile, I suppose. You know. Behold! Oh, fucking poops. Whatever stored energy might be in there that we can't really see because angle-wise speaking, it literally doesn't go any other direction. So unless you're like dead on to it, the answer is, for all intents and purposes, it's like my kinetic baryonic state. It looks like it'll never fucking be anything at all except super cold and possibly not even there. But the moment it's going the right direction, oh boy, does it smack. It hurts like a bitch. Meanwhile, I'm traveling along the side because, of course, you elongated the shit out of this, so I'm going to start tangling things. But also, there's big lines here, so I'm going to grab that. And in I go, and whee! Now, if I can get to it, a black hole, we can always end up determining, based upon a lot of different tugs and accelerations and more, realistically speaking, if it's a ball or a donut. Not this again. Yes, this again. Is it a flat disc instead, more pancake-like? Is it more ball-shaped, but a superfluidic, quasi-triple point, where it's both a solid, a gas, and a liquid? All in one? It's moving between itself, fissiling off, big old, and then it shrinks in and condenses a little bit more. The phase change of sorts. I got a little bit more distance as space to do it. Bit old conversion-y, A never-ending constant, 0.9 repeated, I guess, of increasing space in a given area by basically depositing this idea of chaos away. That's right. That's its sacrifice. No more chaos or disorder. More order. More organization. Oh, yes. Fit yourselves together even closer. Yes, I will. I shall make space for myself to do so. Poof. Yep. There's an infinitesimally small spot possibly between all of us. It cancels itself out, apparently. Yeah, but not perfectly, so... Yeah, Here we go. Here's your sign, you're an idiot. You see, oh, you're going to believe this guy? You dropped my sign. You fucking bitch. Don't believe in him. He's a bad guy. He's terrible. He's wrong about all of this. There's nothing about this that's correct. Ah, look at this joker over here. Some douchefuck probably in the background thinking this thing for some of his friends. Get a load of this fucking idiot. You see what he says? He's so stupid. Ha 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 ha. Laugh at him with me. Man, people do that, by the way. Some of you don't know. Because you're those people. You know, it's like, it's not that bad. I mean, you know, I just don't put it online, you know. Meanwhile, a whole bunch of people putting them online. Ooh, it's just normal now. Oh, God. Meanwhile, my ass, wow, you guys are idiots still, huh? You still look stupid. I can't even get egg. Because, like, it's just all egg. I can't get one egg. I have all just one egg. You see what I mean? What happened to the face? Where's the body? What happened? It's just egg guy over here. Oh, I'm sorry. Man, that's right. Gotta go fast. Gotta get more ordered. More organized. Fuck off. How would this work with our current understanding of these given particles? Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty easy, actually. Where? What are infotons? What are spacetons? What are inflatons? Burr, Alex, you have to answer. That is correct, I guess. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. Get schooled. Anyways, we're just going to move on from that one because it's like, it's not fully correct. Okay? Because we don't believe that they exist, or gravitons for that matter, or baryonic fields. We only have the boson that represents that it could exist. We have to be hyper pedantic about this. It's a very good indicator. It's super likely. Really? Super likely, huh? Yeah. Gravity? No. Yes, yeah. It's only wave. Oh, yeah. Man, it's those magnets again. So similar to those magnetic fields and charge fields of nuclear varieties, right? But no, they're quantized in this little local area that clumps together and sticks around and does this thing. Shut up. No, it's nothing like this. That is not how this works, okay? It wiggles, it jiggles, it spins. It wiggles, it jiggles, it spins. It happens to do this with a clump of friends. Happens to do a little polycule maneuver. Then out pops hydrogen. What do you know? It's almost like that's exactly what that is. I shall now accentuate my total amount of movie-wooby jiggle-wiggle dances. Oh yeah, babies. As I try and order myself relative to all these other fields that might influence and interfere with me and interact possibly, maybe. And a big old dancey symphony party, man. As we wander around in mosh pits sometimes and we dance like we're fucking animals. We go and do the randy-dandy in the tent. We take a little, oh my goodness gracious me, what did I do? Then we go over here and we go, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's good. I'm just going to calm down. You see what I'm saying? No, shut up over there. Anyways, there's some inflatons over here just being all like, I'm a field that's not quantized yet because I'm massive. I'm the whole fucking universe, basically. I guess I'm even beyond it. Oh my God. I was before you even were here, bitch. I'm the original hipster, I guess. somehow, not a fucking vacuum. It's inflatons now. No, we don't do vacuum forces. Fuck you. We don't do these collective infotons on the vacuum forces here that make it so that way anything can traverse. It's given information in a decoherent way because we can't measure all the little tiny fucking three-dimensional multi-moving matrices in a fourth-dimensional manner, which is more fifth and sixth-dimensional, but I'm going to move on because if anyhow you fucking expand, that's a whole thing. Anyways. Meanwhile, I'm quantum foam right next to this nucleus. That's right, I'm right there, look at me, I'm gone. Guys, did you see that person? I think they were trying to be all like, could we fuck or something? I didn't like it. Yeah, I know. Oh, how'd you get inside of me? What the fuck? Oh, God. Where did that come from, you dick? Where the fuck? Who blinded me? You fucking put those stupid shades on that make me think I'm seeing something, you bitch. You fucker. God, you suck. How do I get these off? Meanwhile, you don't see it? It's like, no, I see the general gist of these things. And like, oh, I can kind of make out you right there, lovely, right? Yeah, some bit of a blob. That's how you've always looked, really. I mean, you think about it. No, that is not how that... Meanwhile, this fucker got in me, you bitch. Where are you? You're supposed to protect me. I can't. I'm fucking moving near light speed. I have mass, bitch. I might even sacrifice my mass to your fucking dick ass until potential, like, I get close enough and I can get it back in a nice little fieldy-wieldy maneuver using some quantum foam, and I get the guy and I fucking kill him and I eat him and I get my mass back. So that way, I can actually fucking yeet you for a little bit and transfer my fucking stupendous amount of speed that I'm definitely at into actual, real kinetic, chaotic motion. In a localized manner, using a bunch of special relativity. Could you stop doing the thing where it'd be really nice, man, if you were to shut the fuck up and not be smart. We need to make it so you're the bad guy and not good. And you're stupid. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over how loud my dick is getting sucked. Gluck, gluck, gluck. Anyways, but reality-wise, we're also talking about charge in the nuclear context, which, by the way, is definitely what that is. The problem is they're like, no, that's electric, right? And I'm like, that's... Could you go away? What? It is. Quarks are fucking... They adhere things with gluons because they're very glue-like, okay, but they'll smash apart if you do it right. It could be the frayed definitions of some of those fields that they happen to have, and they kind of stick together and clump, and then they create their own little spin in moments, and they're like, I'm like this. Meanwhile, it all came from one single thing, apparently broke itself apart in a bunch of different little sizes and shapes and ways. Oh my, connected together in many different puzzle pieces, and then all of a sudden you got this. Turns out 4 here. No. This is 4 dot all the zeros infinitely. Possibly. That exists there. It's like you could fill up all of that in many different ways, but it's kind of finite. You look at that, right? There's only so many ways you can take 4 and separate it all the way down to that. It's almost like it's a repeating number, though. Does it equal the infinite? Does it not? I mean, that's what you're always arguing with yourselves about. No, it's NP. Shut up. Some things are P, but not... Shut up, fuck you. Suck it. Thermodynamics rules, bitch. Yeah! My dog over here. This guy fucking Xenon reality. Fuck yeah, my dog. Yeah, this guy's smart one over here. Woo! Anyways, wonderful stuff. But, okay, we're not done. It's like we have to describe how this nuclear force, which by the way, we're all like, no, it does a totally different thing. With these infinitesimally small versions in no way, shape, or form close to this stuff. But it's very insanely inverse, cube, square, some fucking law. Powerful in this little tiny area. What the fuck? Is that a magnetic field over there? It's almost like it's going through a medium and it's just oscillating really hard and it can't go past this. It's like there's pressure and there's other stuff around, you know what I mean? So like, no, I don't have enough energy. But not really energy. I also don't really have that much mass. Also, truthfully speaking, I'm just like not the right frequency, yeah. You know? Like, bruh, I can't tune in to that long way, bro, until you get me going. I gotta get paddling the right way. Hop on and surf, man. There's no such guys on here. I kind of know what I'm saying. Fucking Hawaii guy over here. Maybe possibly. I don't know. It's a good old fucking thing over there. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. So, but it's like, okay. Yes, no, but it's like a wave. It's a frequency of sorts. Kind of stuck in together. To this membrane fieldic kind of thing. All kind of fluidically going around in its multi-matrixy connected medium. Storing heat and dissipating it, getting more and more entropically elongated. Stiffer as a result. Kind of blooming up, it's a bit of a gorging, if you will. Showing my Schwartz is strong, you don't see it. Anyways, we're actually almost done describing it, for what it's worth. Because it's like, no, I just broke down your whole idea. You said that in every way, this doesn't work with that. I'm like, I have to get you to understand quantum wave interferences in field theory really quickly. You need to pick it up. Come on, we're going. Hit the ground. Let's go. Let's run. We gotta go. Go. All right, so we got to figure it out. And I was like, this little section is a little wavy wave, right? It jiggles a lot more like this on the wave. When we zoom in and enhance on this wave, it turns into this little blobby thing that likes to go boom, 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 right? And it goes like swing, twist, break apart, come back together. Like a like a little spring. It goes whoosh, 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 whoosh. Like a ball and chain, just a whoom, 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 whoom. Never really seems to leave. It's almost like it's quantum gravity. Oh wait, what is that? Thermodynamic property? And a fucking information as it travels around, it goes whoom, 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 whoom. Producing more of this wave-like energy as it radiates outwards to the space-time stuff that's around, as it takes up space there. And it's like, no, I don't want to be that close to you. No, you don't understand. I'm not attracted. Oh, fuck, you bitch. Meanwhile, why do they have this charge stuff? I'm talking about nuclear forces. What are you talking about? Behold, quantum field theory, nuclear forces. Some of them are weaker, some of them are way stronger. Look at this foamy-womy little, oh my god, I got a little bulgy-walgy here, and I got a little, nuzzle there. Ooh, woo. I can't help it. I'm an e-boy a little bit at heart, so it's going to be a thing. It's not always there, but it's a bit of a thing. Anyways, but that little radiating out field is a infotonic realm. It is in no way the gluonic fields or the baryonic fields. They just interact with those fields because I'm leaving that for you. In reality-wise, I'd be eventually able to test it and see how fucking close those might be. Meanwhile, where's this membrane of the stuff? Go away. Where is it? How do I fucking think about this thing? Well, it's kind of like your skin, you know? It's a different density. You kind of just, like, flick it and, you know, I mean, it's kind of, there's some hairs of fields, you know, just there. Some of it's kind of hairy. Some are longer hair, some are shorter hair, some are stiffer. Whole thing. But, you know, it's all up in there, everywhere. Doesn't matter. Oh, no, my fucking cork, it broke down into even smaller things? Okay, well, same fucking difference, basically. You know what I mean? Like, honestly speaking, yeah. It'd be the same thing. It'd just be like, no, it's infinitesimally this thing kind of like thing now. And I'm like, yeah, no, yeah. You know. Because, like, well, how does it not, like, go through the membrane? Yeah. How dense is that, right? Compared to us. When we went into the vacuum, right? My info inflaty-ton, space-ton stuff. No! Meanwhile, they're all one in the same, cut the same cloth. And the quantum weirdness really kind of makes it so that way it goes, yeah, but I'm kind of more or less like you. And if I'm wiggling and woo-woo-woo-wooing like this, could you maybe like make that a little less like this and you do it like this? Yeah, okay. Okay, now we're fitting a little closer. Okay. I can't determine if there's something else here. It's really hard to know. It's just the one thing. That's what it is. It's just bleeding in and doing the same thing as it ultimately radiates out the same wave, the same field. That's what it does, right? But anyways, nuclear is still somewhat different. So we're this close. We're this close. Okay, hang on. Okay, this close. I mean it. If you want to take a look for what a nuclear anything is, it's just a subatomic phrase for certain types of total values of influence. Pressure differentials. Although they don't describe them that way, there's no way the pressure, there's nothing this, get the fuck out of here. In no way is this what this is. This math checks out in no way. Get out of here. That's definitely not the same thing. Even though the math literally writes itself to being basically exactly the same, just with a different medium, and it changes depending on how much stuff is around and what's going on with it. However, I'm only getting to it because it's like, this is my current version. My current version with math, okay? Right? That'll change subject to whatever might be discovered and blah, blah, blah. All right? That's the thing. I do, like anyone else. Improvise, adapt, overcome, get my dick sucked. Now, I'm delaying because it's like, this one's a really hard one. Because I have to get you to understand what a field really is. Because everything I just did helps you to understand how we define a field. A field of influence, a field of uncertainty, a field of anything is just a given quantized area at a given point of time as it moves relative to these things in space. Because that's how we calculate things entropetically and determine stuff in any aspect to be something of some kind. Okay? Now, since we've understood basically all the concepts, now you can really easily understand what a nuclear force is. I jiggled like this. I fit my puzzle piece like that. I then happen to dance like that. And you know what? A lot of other people were kind of repulsed by how fucking horny and fucking together we were, you know? You know, it took a lot of heat and pressure to get us together for what it was worth. I didn't want to. You know, I separated from myself, and I broke into a million me's, and I didn't really want to fucking just masturbate like that so much. But you know what? I love myself, and that's a different person that's been experiencing more than enough at this point that they're definitely different. I'm just going to say that. You definitely could go back to the same thing you were. Don't even try. I know for a fact you're all the same thing. Don't even. Meanwhile, we'll just distract ourselves from that. Or should I say, all of you should distract yourselves, right? If you ever were to think about it. Because we're talking nuclear forces, yeah. It's literally what that is. It was all one force. That's what it's theorized. And it breaks down like I just told you. It's just wiggles and jiggles. It's fields. That's it. It's an inverse law of some kind. It's a type of charge and pressure. It's a type of jiggle wiggle this way, spinny wind that way, puzzle piece fits in, and that's it. That's what nuclear force is. I've described it perfectly, and I mean that. You just don't know that that's what that is. Because, like, it's this other, and we have different words and fucking phrase, and this is not allowed. And I'm like, simple layman's, easy, quick, super fast to understand. Genius level of description. You got it paid attention. You got it all the way through. This is like fucking PhD level shit. This is how fast this went through. This is how fucking much you have to understand it this quickly. Like, you love sex? I'm not even going to try. You're an animal? Stop it. I know. You're a degenerate like the rest of us because we're all there. You know how to dance, you know how to party, you know how to fucking change your environment, how it moves you around differently, right? I can relate it to you. You now understand special relativity. That's perspective-based thinking. Basic shit. Works in quantum stuff, too. You also can think for yourself. You usually have an internal or an outside external dialogue, right? You write things on something, right? Behold, you are relative and informationing between yourself while you are calculating to ultimately go to a more desired, more intrapedically stable spot for yourself. Your embryonic stem celly nature happens to have a few little wiggly jiggly things that are slightly off, and you come out like this. The cake that showed up this way instead of that way. You then got a bunch of things that iced it up and did this and all this other stuff. And so now you look more like this. That's the nurture in your environment. Influence. Well, guess what? That's all of the quantum phenomenon around you. That's every weak, that's every strong, that's every gravity, that's every electromagnetic. Electromagnetic, by the way, for us and our macroscopic, is just a recursive, infinite type of this smaller type that's going on right here in a nuclear manner. But that's pressure, that's field stuff. It could never work. The medium and all this and blah, 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 right? Except, no, that's exactly how that works. Except it doesn't go as far. But I mean, like, if I got a really big baby, and it's like, yeah, look at this magnetar. It still wouldn't go all across the entire fucking universe, obviously, right? So it's like, look at these waves. They've interfered and harmonically resonated together to suck things towards them, right? They're influencing their waves longer and longer. They resonate one wave to another. All there needs to be is a type of something there. Well, guess what? We got a membrane. We got a bunch of fields. They're already there. They're kind of getting through this very semi-dense, but actually very fakely dense, like the little material I talked about for my spaceship. Material. You know, intersects and all this other fucking shit, and it never really quite gets to this, right? Can never really do that. And the fields there that elicit as they come around, as they'll pop, and I'm a probability here. I'm like, oh, I was kind of there, I guess, a little, right? And from that information sprang forth all of us. It's infotons that created a Big Bang. It's very causal set theory-like because information has waves that press and push and move. Very fluidic in a field-like manner that changes based upon the clumps and the natures of the quanta. It's stored heat. Why would the membrane be there in the first place? Well, things are moving quite quickly, and it's very dense, yes, but it kept filling it up over and over and over until eventually it was like, I need another place to fit this. Well, the membrane started happening, right? It's like, it's quite periodic. I'm quite close. I'm like, yeah, but I'm come on, man. Anyways, boom, tunnels in, I go back out. But it created actual space during that moment. If I do it enough, and then we get us. Behold, it's actually expanding. A nothingness has expanded. That's right. A genuine, no space, no time, but it has a difference, an intrapedic reason. Okay, there's a technicality infinite going on right now that goes, yes, but that's slightly different, that nothingness over there. I don't care how small it is, it's infinitely bigger than you think because I'm infinitely in size. And it doesn't matter. So as a result, and eventually we get the potential land of non-existent. It's in the definitely potential. It's got potential, but it's non-existent, right? It's not really, you know what I mean? Then it has a little phase change on over to, well, I'm definitely something that's got potential here, even if I am non-existent, right? It's like right, and there's this gray hole, big old gray hole. Okay, it's like I'm mixing and matching. Oh, shitty fucker, and I come back down. Oh, I'm stable. I'm kind of like sticking around this kind of area, quasi sort of thing. I'm pumping up stuff. Some of it's coming back down. You know what I mean? But I'm kind of like around here, and I kind of disregard all this stuff like a filter, and then like, go up there, and then you go back up, and then like, you come back down and get back over there. That kind of thing, like a pump. Like a white hole and black hole together. Almost like it's a gray hole. Anyways, it's like now I definitely have existence and I definitely have some potential here. So it's it's something. Just say what you want. I'm not going back. I got potential. Oh, by the way, I definitely exist. Sure. But that's not anywhere near the amount of fucking potential, baby, I've got. Oh, yeah! I'm about to knock someone's door down when they say, oh no, too many times. Woo! All right. Baby, but you don't know. Oh, fuck, we gotta build the... Oh, I can't get any further. Oh, no. Boop. Oh. Oh, my God, it's like it's sweating into something. No, but there's nothing there. It's just you and me so close together like a little ball thing. Except you're moving. Yes, we're moving, except for it. It doesn't look like that because, of course, it doesn't have mass. It doesn't really care. It can genuinely just keep getting closer and closer and closer in a baryonic-like manner. And it's like, no, I've technically just stayed here, right here. Technically, I'm right here. No, you're not. I see you all the way over there. No, that's not where I am, though. That's not that. That's none of these things. Get away. Get out of here. Hey. See, I told you we were over there. Anyways, it's all like, yeah, but that's just because I'm resonating and I'm getting longer. No, you're not. You're fucking bumping into me the right way and fucking making it seem like you're over there, you little dick. That's not fair, man. Like, we're all in this together, okay? Also, I know, I'm doing it. Oh, God, that was myself to myself. God damn it. My own thought over there I just saw. Jeez, I gotta play with this better. Anyways, later... Get it real dense, get it fucking, I can get closer and closer and closer, infinitesimally small, oh my God. But I'll never get to the infinite, of course. That's not, anyways, boom, 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 boom. I'm popping in. There's stuff there, I think, maybe, perhaps. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is. That's definitely different. That's not me, that's for sure. Is that you? None of us, that's for sure. I don't think so. Anybody? No. I'm storing my kinetic. That's right, I've made a quantum kinetic to the point where I now exist in a very real capacity that is super duper fucking weirdly local and not local at the same time. A real sort of superposition. You know what I mean? Except the caveat here is I'm about to smack into someone. Like literally, I'm a pop, and there's enough of them. It's like they're forming like a quantum foam, right? It's like, yeah, I'm making space, I guess. Can you stay open like a little? Like, come on, man. It's a lot harder to do this than you think. Anyways, resonate, gonna fucking intrapedically dance and hip thrust. Oh yeah. Fucking doing it, lots of movement. Getting closer together all the time. By the way, bum 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 boom. Yeah, I'm just gonna send that right back to you. Yeah, you fucking bitch, you want that, huh, fucker? Anyways, schmeck. Yeah, because that's closer together. That's like right there. That's, you can't even, instead of this big old, right there, it's just small and fucking, yeah. Right? Good stuff. Except, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the caveat. Here's the, like, it's perfectly stable. Yeah, no. In order to hit that, to be able to stay there, it has to be perfectly stable. Yeah, no, it has to hit it like inwards and outwards in all the different directions. And this is how a dimensional aspect here, because you're thinking like, man, there's a ball and there's like a thing in the inside. No, but it's all the things also in the inside. That's the problem with the nothingness zone. It's both inside and outside all at once, all the things. It's fucking terrifying as a concept. But think about like a big Swiss cheese blobby thing. You know, and it happened to blob the right way right here. That's what it does, basically. And so it's like spinning around, organize, order, organize. Do it now. Pump yourself up. Yeah, do it. Come on. Yeah. Progress over time, baby. Let's do this. Yeah. Anyways. Then it goes, oh yeah, no, there's a little bit of something. Okay, we can use that. Slap. You like that, huh, you dirty bitch whore? Because I need you to pay attention. That's what this is. So. Then it goes, yes, no, all the different directions and ways that I could possibly have hit into this one little spot now means in no way am I technically right there in that spot. I have created the one thing that nothingness needed to be able to get rid of itself because, of course, it doesn't like that it's there. And there's a difference. Okay, like it's literally like I'm not a space and time, but on a technicality, I made myself that. You know what I mean? Like there's now, no matter what, only this going on. So it has to build something to make it so it doesn't exist. It can't. No. There's no way. I'm a fucking literal emptiness. There isn't a thing, right? I created the very definition of like maybe a thing based upon, I guess, the stuff I don't know. I am. I guess it's. What am I? What's there? Is that a thing over there? Your baby ass self thinks you know, for growing up and learning. I'm just saying. So, now we're going to talk about how that happens to be stably right there. It's able now to hold back all the pressure in fields. It's like it's balanced off of that, and also all the internal ones too. So now it has a definite, it exists, and it's now a real, well, yes, for us, a point right now. It's the true definition of a beginning of a third dimension. The real, true definition. But it's also a lot of stored fucking momenta. It is destructively interfered itself so fucking well, and constructively at the same damn time, that it's stably like it's a perpetual, except it's more like an absolute zero egg. That's why they're all called eggs. In my black hole playlist, they're called eggs, okay? Because it's incubating in a way, except not really totally. It can't, like, you know, I'm growing and slowly over time and something. No. It's super stable. All it's really doing is going, like, feed me information of what's around. And I need to basically use that to keep being exactly stable and exactly in my spot and doing nothing. Except making sure that everything just balances itself out. So it's like, I'm going to fucking determine, all the determine, nothing but always all the fucking infinitesimally small, never-endingly amounts of fucking determined. Doesn't matter at all, just more determined. Order itself. Order. Chaos, fuck you. Organize. Balance off of me, bitch. Baby, do it. The problem is, of course, things can skip off of that. Okay? Things can go to an even higher point. Just because this is a 0 point is what I like to call it. Because like the 000 point, which is 4 zeros, that's right, is at the beginning of the non-existence. That's a 000. There's no real technicality-wise energy, and nothing really technicality-wise even exists there. But it certainly is doing something. But you probably wouldn't want to be able to detect it because you'd probably kill yourself. But you would be able to look at other things and be able to determine how ultimately it takes things from you that it's there. Because it will always return back to nothingness. That's in the non-existent. Like there's a small amount and I'll go and get a little bit further. Right? But they have to sacrifice something to do that. Right? Equal opposite. Whoosh. Whoosh. I guess I didn't get it. Shit. Right? Sucks, but not so bad. Because we're here, so obviously we like that. Anyways, point is, to a higher dimensional energy plane, but it's really more like a space kind of thing, where it's like, technically, I made my own version here of another type of space. We can't use time, unfortunately. Time isn't doing anything because the only time that technically does exist is in the membrane and past the membrane into the potential land, which is below quantum foam. We're not talking about quantum foam. We're talking below the quantum foam. Quantum foam exists above the membrane, okay? Which is why your version of nothingness is not what I'm talking about. But for what it's worth, that's where that is. Now, it's going to look massively dense and super infinitesimally small and all this shit, right? Except not really, because like it surrounded us. Okay, like that's the very definition of what that is. It's both inside and outside and all the things. It's the bigger, denser, harder, all the things thing that it was. And it needed to expand somehow, some way. How does it do that? I just described a whole bunch of ways that we currently know that currently exist, that we do that ourselves, or we see in nature doing that. So, that's what it does. It's trying to make it stable, right? And it's like, no, order, no. It's creating space while it does that, while it's determining what it is there. However, that also means it's a launching platform, and it can fucking skip up into a higher degree of more space. Granted, it takes more energy to do that. So that's the part of the Michio Kaku string theory that's, while I agree, quite correct, others might not. You know what I mean? But it's not a string. That's the thing. It's like it's genuinely like a thing of like, you know, potential that now exists like in this very, very real way. Like the moment it got this super stable thing, that's real stuff. That's like a real thing. You know what I mean? Like, no, I got potential and I exist. No, I'm real, I exist, and I got potential. It's literally what's going on here. And I'm oh so fucking massively local, but also oh so fuckingly not in any way local. Like at the same time, right? So it's like, well, this is definitely a higher point, right? And it's like, yeah, no, but you have to imagine it in a different context. You can imagine it looking inwards or outwards, but in reality, it's all everywhere all at once. Right? And it's like, it will rain down. You take a little branch and, oh, what do you know? Like raindrops come down, right? Except that's like slight disturbances of other stuff coming in, like other raindrops, or falling down, or going up. It really depends on how you want to look at it. You know? So that's what that's doing now. However, it takes a while, and yes, while some things are potentially there, what we're talking about is like a weird space thing. And it doesn't even really get there until like, essentially, this has filled a damn near infinite of fucking expanse. You know, like the whole area from that one little singularity thing has now filled a determined all these things of space that is, no, it doesn't ever need to get to, just like with this little egg here, an infinite amount of all the dimensions and ways it could have hit itself and destructively, and it doesn't have to. It just has to get to the point where it's stable, right? Which stable happens well before infinite because it's fucking infinite, so But, right, that also means It's the same for what's above. On what's below, well, it's getting fervor. And it's like, I can pump more in. There's a thing here. Go, 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 go. Pump more in, more energy, more energy. Ah! I've got a place, I've got a thing. Right? Which is why it's like, oh, it'll come down. Some of that will come back into that space. Right? The nothingness, potential land, and so on. Which is great. But also, not so much, because like we kind of want that to go onto our stuff. It allows for an expansion difference. Okay? Now, also, stuff comes in. So eventually stuff starts filtering around, and it starts slowly trying to get closer and closer to it, the egg, because intrapedically speaking, it's the easiest thing to say is, stable. So that means it wants to become like that. It wants to become real stable. It wants to become no way, shape, or form anything. And just the right little fucking thing falling from the tree branches and bubbling up and steaming in, kind of a thing, I guess, decides to touch the little surface just the right, and Now, I described this before, but it's like this one little thing that it was, right? Well, it broke apart into all these other things and all these different shapes and sizes. Like, why is it that we have more matter? Oh, well, that one's kind of easy. You see, as like we wanted to make a baryonic, which is a mass field, it takes a certain amount of energy to do that, and during that, it's going to create a given type of massless energy, photon kind of thing. But then that gets connected to an antimatter because, of course, it gets close enough. There's enough mass and change of that field propagation, especially as that wave radiates outwards to the determined thing that was already there, making it go ever increasingly faster and faster and faster as that wave energy of what's determined and what's easiest goes back towards what's now starting to become far, far more chaotic and disorganized. So it mixes and entangles, and then it forces its kind of webby claw fingers, however you want to imagine it, but a cloth forms. A web and cloth of various waves and particles. Stuff stuck together, spinning the right way. And it's like, what happens is that effectively a lot of antimatter simply was able to get caught during that, and then exchanged into more energy to create more mass, more nuclear, and more electromagnetic. It formed the backbone of the energy converted to making information be tied as well to all of that. Making it so that way also, hey, there's this membrane and I determined this thing and all this other stuff to be forced into an informational storage of every single force there is. Every single energy there is. Making heat get stored in so doing. Information is a momenta heat. Happens to have a damn good amount of energy now, because of course it's an anti. So what does anti mean? It's like there's a vacuum there and I'm a pressure, I want to go towards it, right? So, well, if it happens to be a bunch of fucking turbulent shit and it's trying to order itself a little bit, well, some of it breaks off and does this and it's shaping itself relative and trying to order itself as much as possible. And we have the pressure version that happens to make that. And what do you know? We get a nice boundary layer, and some of it stays inside of the little dimples or inside of the wiffle, or however it is you want to call it, and it continues on. Yes, that's right. Stored energy is a baryonic thing. Stored heat is a baryonic. But it's also a merge, never having left. That's why we have conservation of information. It's why it ever happened in the beginning in first place, for what it's worth. It's an intrapedic, true, bare, foundational, real energy in fundamental force. My Lemke force. Yeah, it's a little bit separate because it's describing it down to the nothingness absolute. And so now it's now an actual Lemke force. That's right, not a nuclear, because fuck you. I'm going to put my last name on it because I'm that guy. So I want my name everywhere. It's me. It's my force, my principles, my shit, my foundations. Oh yeah. Sing me the praises of me. Oh yes, love it. Oh yeah, noble. Oh yeah, thank you so much. Not really though, But it's that thing. It's like that's my thing. That is mine. It's mine. Sterling did a version of it, of course, right? And there's other thermodynamic big fucking hitters here that helped me out to get to this point. But it's my force. I got it. It all works off of mine. See, that's the point. It's like it's actual beyond momenta. Momenta doesn't exist without this thing existing. This force makes momenta happen. Makes quanta be a thing that you conceptualized. So, the reason why I designed it like that, the nice little storage of heat and pump and all of this, for your tea to get warm and boil. It's pure and simple, because I was thinking about this like almost a year from now, or more, truthfully speaking, for how it is our whole universe happened, exists, and the forces and energies involved. How I came up with my version that is fully substantiated and supported by basically all of your tests that you've ever run, ever. Every observational fucking statistical constant possible. Even the ones changing, it's like, yes, no, but it's still working. It's like my electromagnetic is a slightly different version with a larger area of effect. Happens to go this distance now. Well, I got a bigger distance and many more things. Yes. You have many more things, huh? Can you wiggle them the right way and yes, I shall shove a bigger wave. I guess it'll elongate and travel longer distance. Seems to have more oomph force. Kind of a base, you little no-haver. It's got a little base thrust. It's like there's a lot of different fields. There's a fucking swimming amount of atmosphere of neutrons around us at all times. A bunch of electromagnetic, a bunch of light, a bunch of shit all the time. It's almost like it's a boundary layer to a degree. And a degree of resistivity of it going through, creating a bit of a pocket where it could have gone. But also a given nice information travel over long distances. As it can hop. Yeah, it's a graviton. I'm just tunneled over to that. And it's like, you're technically more in both places at once, which is how I modeled the whole little tunnel, wormhole, portal thing. And later on became, yes, there's this fucking field of study called quanta mechanics, I guess, or something. And they were all like, well, if the gravitons were a thing, I suppose they could technically be tunneled in a wormhole paradoxical portal here. Yes, after. Not even a joke. I was like, man, I'm living with my parents in Chandler, Arizona. I'm not even fucking 25 yet. It could probably be like this. And it's like, no. It didn't go over well online. Meanwhile, I got math, and I published this, and it's basically both. It's stuck to it like they're technically a compound now, okay? And it's my graviton, and I make a field because I have to make those stuck graviton things happen, and that's just what that is. And the amount that I have of stuck things I can put the movie and the mass, all the individual particles, doing things and moving and having to move energy and information and stuff around, then like that makes more a little bit because it has to, over there and then I was there and then all this other stuff for the different graviton field types. It's almost like decoherence in information helps with big wave energy of the gravity variety. And a nice interference, inwards pump acoustic resonance sucky factor as it curves it a little bit. It's like, yum, 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 yum. It takes a while for it to travel outwards. It spins and it bunches and it frays. Oh, well, It's almost like it's creating its own version of what we have for these little quantum things. We just can't find it because it's so fucking hard to detect those little tiny fuckers. They could be like less than the size of a planet. Fuck this bullshit. Basically. Have you gotten good enough to detect those things? No, clearly, fuck off. No. Told you. What do you know? Yeah, a lot of noise though, don't you? Fuck off. Oh, well. Guess you're seeing all those little tiny things go around and do that anyways for these people moving over to the stadium. And that's not even the fucking LIGO one you've got. Must be giving you a fuck ton of noise, huh? Look at all these interference pathways. Superpositional types of things that will just collapse into becoming, now I'm this and I interfered with myself. Oh yeah. I directionalized that a little this way and I tugged it a little that way and then I moved a little over there. Oh, I spun a little now. No, my photons! They're just a different, very flat, singular point wave. In no way at all is there any dimension to this. It doesn't exist. Not a thing. Okay, sure. That's how that works. Uh-huh. Tell me more about how laser light has depth. What? You don't treat it like that. You treat it like one big old wave that changes ever so slightly. It's pulsing of wave resonance to a given detector. I detected a movement. Oh my goodly gosh me, golly gee. My diaphragm went whump, and I felt it. There you go. It's crazy. Oh my god, how does that work? I just told you. What the fuck? You pay attention over there? Come on. Keep up, man. You're gonna hit the ground running. Because that stores a different type of energy. Alright, that's why I'm talking about this. It's like, no, this would work really wonderfully for my fucking goddamn wonderful faster than light spaceship that I've already said there's no way that your little fucking resonance and shit will ever work. That's bullshit. You're wrong. But I'm right again. I described it so well, you definitely know how this could work now, don't you? You big, bright, bushy-eyed, tailed hopefuls of PhDs that certainly don't have any fucking money at all and need to smash things because we're cool. Yeah, we like the smash. Oh, God. I want to go fast. I want to go over to another place where I don't have to deal with you. You guys suck. How come you don't let me do this? I'm just saying, me. Anyways. Because I can use that type of effect down to these tiny little things, because that's what it's always doing anyways, then all I have to do is effectively help it out a little bit, and then it gets easier and easier and easier and easier to do it more and more and more and more. That's all it is. Instead of becoming more and more infinitely, exponentially more difficult. Well, not really. Although, for what it's worth, it is definitely better the faster you go. Okay, like relative to what's around you space-time wise. Okay, like not like the planets, although that's their field and gravity and whatnot. We're talking about like actual like the fucking membrane, space-time field, quantum foam, all that. Like that relative to you makes it easier and easier and easier to ultimately get this kind of effect to occur. But the problem is you have to go like usually near the speed of light, like 60%, right? And then you can get better and better at it. Right, so that's one of the it's one of the harder parts about this. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'll just go up to 60 fucking. We just go do that real fucking. Meanwhile, look at this neutron thing, this scrammity rammity ram ding dingity dong. Could you? We could do it though. Look, this is a vacuum airship that will buoyantly get up there much easier now. I can suck in some air and go the right way up till I get really high, and then I can go whee with the neutron ones. And then I can go all like, yes, I shall now do even more. As I need to go further away because the faster you travel, there's no fucking way I'm going near this fucking planet. I'm just saying, like, oh, let me just point down at it. Slightly angled. No, please don't do that. If you fuck that up, we're gonna die. Get out of here. No, I will never. It's so easy to control. What the fuck was that? I don't know. Some corona mass ejection for some reason. Good. Meanwhile, you're radiating our fucking... Where's our satellites? You dick. No, it's very stable. It's insanely hot. Do you fucking understand what's going on? Oh, of course, more water. That's all you wanted. And oxygen, of course. And then the fucking nitrogen, obviously. Whatever fucking other elements that'll be good for us. Yeah, you know, standard stuff. Yee. I don't want the fucking Earth above our Earth. It's gonna crash. This thing's gonna stop spinning the moment you fucking get out of it. How are you gonna get out? There's a big old... No, it's just a ring. It's fine. I can just get out of this. You kill us! Oh! No. It's not even trying to... Oh, bye. See ya. Boom. Yeah! Oh, we got a new ring over here. Nice Lagrange pointy ones. It's only in one space point it does this. Yeah, I do kind of know that. Meanwhile, it's always going through it. Seems like it always seems to act like a bit of a balancer. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Look at me, my harmonic balancer for my space ring I just made. Look, guys, you have such a cool space ring. It's gonna kill us. There's no way it's not. Especially when it crashed into the moon. Oh, yeah, no, that crashed into the moon. That was flying, dude. You see that shit? Then the moon's like fucking orange. There's a whole way I have to do that for like the Lagrange point between the moon and Earth, and also this one over here at Venus. And I had to go like a swing around from between Venus and fucking Mercury, and then I had to get all the way to Mars, and I had to go back. Whole fucking situation to get that fast. Are you kidding me? To get to 65 light with the mass? With mass? This is insane. Nah. There's no fucking... Oh, I'll just fucking... You're kidding me? I still had to fucking do that, but still. I'm just gonna go over here. Whee! What do you know? Oh, it's clumping. Oh, it's wonderful. It's clumping. You suck. You know what you've done. I don't know what to tell you, man. The moon saves you anyways before. You know, Mars needed an atmosphere if you really think about it. You know, the Venus could really use a cooling off, if anything. Maybe a cracking of its planetary tectonic plates, perhaps. The big old clumpity clump, as it's definitely not going to stay near Mercury for very long as it moves too much. Yeah. There's a Lagrange point between Venus and us. It's a little, yeah, it's not much though. But man, passing through that, right? Could we not do this? I don't want to calculate orbital dynamics here to fucking figure out how much did you put out there. I mean, there's a lot of neutrons, but still, how much? I have to recirculate like the fucking neutrons and they cork and they break out, and then I have to like go and then turn into things. You're not saying nothing. I just need to describe how this would actually work because I can't use fuel. I have to use neutrons as fuel, which is a whole other thing, and whatever I might get during that moment. Oh, right, yes. So it's like these neutrons have to go break apart, and then I have to go, well, I'm moving pretty fast, and so just, turn into things, basically. Yeah. It's like, more mass, please. Oh, you can never make more mass. No. If I compress it really hard, it acts like it has more mass because baryonic field resistivity during the informational conversion, exchange, and decoherence. But anyways, I'm just going to move on. So we were all like, brr, and then brr, and then like, several stages here. And it was like, the skin and everything. And then like, and then we expand. They're like, where is he going? You're translucent. I'm about to be transparent here real fast. Hey. Woo! Pluto, hi. Oh, shit, fuck. No, slow down. Oh, fuck. God, fuck. Uh-oh. How far are we again? Yeah, pretty far. How hard is it to turn this again? It's kind of hard. It takes a while to turn. Right, yeah, that's fucking wonderful news. Oh, it worked. Oh, yeah, no, we're seeing that, with the whole quantum tunnel fucking faster than light thing here. Yeah, that's good. At least we still got fucking eyes on, Yeah, you're not wrong. It definitely is a fisheye in the back there. I used like the best camera to remove all possible fisheye thing. We're aware of that. Shut up. Okay. It's just because of the camera lens. Oh, he already said. What do you know? Anyways, they still didn't believe it. It's faster than light. Yes, no, we shouldn't. Can you take a picture? That's kind of difficult. We just got it to like do the thing first. It's true. There's a slowdown, so it's time to learn how to slow down. Right? Let's do that. It's true. There's the brake. Yeah, no. God, yeah. Woo! Yes, no, well, I mean, it's quite effective here. Faster than light's a lot faster than you think. Light's pretty fast. That's pretty... 60% speed of light, that was whizzing by the Earth like it was not even a thing sometimes. You're on this? Oh, yeah, no. Inventor goes down with his design, I'll tell you. You think they're going to be like, oh, I'm going faster than light, and you're not coming with? Well, I'm going to come with. And honestly, also, you're going to make sure I'm there just in case anything is possibly wrong and not going to work, because I want to live, and you know that. And all that. But also, I think it's super cool, and I want to fucking do it. So, like, yeah. Especially when it's like, I don't need to get 3 Gs. I can just do 1 G constant acceleration. I'm a cool guy. I'm hip to that beat. Cats, are you dead or not? Anyways, so we're having the fun times, right? We're like, oh, we're going to go. How far did you get? I don't want to talk about that. Really, you don't? No. No. It was not supposed to go this fast, that's for sure. As per usual, it's better than expected, right? Yeah, not as per usual. That's the thing. We were conservative with our values because, we're not perfect, and this is the first time we've ever done anything. And that's what threw off this whole fucking shit right now we're going through. Whew. So we're slowing down, right? Yes, 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 yes. Of course, we're doing the slowy slow, right? We're doing the whole thing. You know, if we didn't have like fucking supplies, there's no any of that stuff before. Like, you know what I mean? You were talking about. You know what I mean? There's no like fucking weather. There's no fuck God. Yeah, no, it'd be really hard to do anything if we fuck this up. We can't see what's in front of us right now, so we're gonna have to test this before we do this, because we're traveling quite quickly, obviously. Yeah, so let's go do that really fast. Yep. Let's go fucking figure out the little fucking stupid reflecty thingy, observe from the things from the skin stuff as it interacts and interferes and so on. Just okay. Oh God, we had to test sometime. Better time than now, because we don't want to land in a fucking something or whatever, you know. So you don't know how far you've gone. No, obviously not. Although that thing says pretty far. You know, the fisheye lens, but, you know, that could be off. So, got to confirm it somehow. Yay! Yeah, we're gonna get there. It's okay. We're gonna get there. It's all right. All right. So, how's it looking? How's the view? Are you freaking? Not really that much, honestly. It's more of a, well, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If it's not there, we'll keep trying, but eventually we gotta go, because of the energy here that we've got, go, nope. Just fucking ditch it. Even if it is a very tiny, small chance, we'd need it anyways. Point and shoot. Well, we're likely, depending on how fast we're traveling, now we don't even know, because it's transparent and there's no real way to notice. So... yeah. Let's figure it out, maybe, hopefully. But if not, we're fucked. In no real way, most likely, because, you know, space is quite empty. So, you know. But if it isn't in this particular place, well, then, you know, we'll have a problem. So, you know. Besides, we might want that anyways. That's what that would be. Yeah, it's like a slipstream, right? I guess it technically is like that. It's more of a draft zone that we forcefully make and then suck it in and then blow it out after banging it a lot. I think it's more like a pump or something. Yeah, ram scram, you know what I mean? Like a good old Stirling engine effect. Balloon and a vacuum over here. There's technically a tube we created that we just go through. Where there's a higher pressure now over here, but then it just goes, yeah, laminar flow perfectly. No slipstream, but it's a little bit like a slipstream. It's a little bit like a slipstream because like you can slip in between so many, you know. But we're creating a slipstream, I guess. But it's not really a slipstream. It's not really a warp, which is kind of the problem. And it's certainly not a wormhole, which is why it's a vacuum. You know, right? Yes. Anyways. So, what does it say? We're getting close to maybe we were a little off. Okay, that's good. Is there any blurry stuff or anything? Because, like, anything is good, basically, at this point. Yeah, oh, well, you know, okay. Yeah, I can see why, but okay, yeah. All right, it's quite hard to determine some of that stuff. Yeah, no, it's not that. No, it's just that we're having to make sure things move the right way. So we kind of need to do the right kind of amount of energy and resonate and do that kind of like, sort of like, I'm not going to influence it, I'm not going to not influence it kind of thing. Or we're going to capture a little bit of that and then put it back, right? And we store it and then we just sort of like, hey, you took energy to store this over here, but it's okay, you gave me this back. And it's going to be fine. Because you have batteries, yeah. It's got to match energy. Match resonance, match energy. That's what this is, yeah. All right. Man, that is a good fucking picture quality. Outdone yourself. Bellissimo. Oh my god. Chef kiss, baby. All right. Well, we are certainly traveling extraordinarily fast. Jesus Christ, that's scary. It's basically a white screen, practically. That's terrifying. Yeah. It is. It's a little. It's like, yeah, it's a blue shift for you, for what it's worth. Yeah. God, let's get out the filters here and try and unblue shift and make this happen for us. Oh, wow, that is a fast learning program. Fuck, great. I'm glad I helped you with that. Honestly, I helped you program that with my God operating system and all the rest of it. All right. Ooh. Look at that fucker. Damn, bro. We are going fast. All right. Right now, we're basically about where the halfway point for Sagittarius A star is between us and our supermassive black hole. It's a good idea to do. I'm not going to test it. Are you kidding me? I'm not going through the black hole. We haven't gotten that far. Let's slow down. There's nothing in front of us, it looks like. You know, and make sure to do the little resonance sensor thing, so that way predictive, gravity, light, that kind of thing, as to what might be there that we're not currently maybe seeing, because we got to do that. Well, yeah, I know, big old Doppler curvature stuff. Yeah, especially the expansion here. Oh yeah, no, that's another thing that we're seeing. We're compressing the expansion as a result to make like that fucking vacuum, which is not really technically compressing. We're grabbing it and then we're using it to our advantage, and we're widening that just a bit. Yeah, that's how. Yeah, no. Oh no, there's energy being used here, not just expansional energy beyond that, but like that's a thing that we have to use. Right. Yeah. So, anyways, and. Okay, well, that's good. That's just like a basic nebula. Yeah. No. It'll be fine, honestly. Yeah, we can easily go into that. It's not going to be a problem unless there's a big electromagnetic and electrostatic field. Yeah, that's it saying. It's got nothing that should hit us. Well, that's good. Then we're coming out and we're gonna go back. All right, let's test the reverse after we get there, because like that'll basically give us the same thing. But that's a storage of energy faster than light that we managed to do, which allows for us to effectively use that energy to start going backwards, or forwards again if we wanted to. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, it's a big old phallic-looking shape vacuum, airship. So we can even go side to side for what it's worth, or up and down, I know that sounds not true, but it is. But of course, there's a lot more energy to do that, right? So, like, this is like the moment we can do that is what that is, especially when we can move what's inside of the skin around properly to not ultimately harm ourselves and accelerate too quickly or in the wrong direction. We can give ourselves a fake type of artificial gravity. It's not real gravity or even artificial gravity. It's a fake type of imparted acceleration, effectively. That kind of wonderfulness. So, but luckily there's no radiation and there's no danger of having all these energies or anything else involved, which are, a lot scarier for me. Other people, maybe it's not. But to me, it's a fundamental force. I don't want to fuck around with it. I mean, it's just a vacuum. It's basically I'm just trying to fit inside of this nothing kind of area to begin with. So just order some of that foam. Yeah. Just kind of go over that way, that kind of thing. But moving on. All right, that's a little vent flap over there by my range. Must be windy. Moved. Anyways, where am I going with this? Right. So I now stored my energy, right? And it's like, how the fuck concentration? Yeah, no, that's a whole thing. It's like, remember the whole sonic and reservoirs? You have to get a couple of reservoirs and a lot of good pumpy actions, effectively, and movement, essentially. That's stored potential at this point, which is in a vacuum. Yeah, I have to store it in a vacuum. That's a big thing, basically. Yeah. Yeah, no, because people are like, well, it's a gas that you're storing it in, right? No, I wish. But no. No, that would be really nice if I could do that easily. But no. No. Because it's like, no, I could do the whole version of like super fast braking, which I get a lot of more of that energy back. Or I can do it a longer period of time and more easily come in. Right? Like go from this big to a small. This one, it's like, shaboom! And like you're just there. It's like big fat fucking and yeah, you still travel, you see the thing, but like there's like almost a dead stop, very short distance to wow. Wow, that's big. It's shrinking. What do you think that's about? To be fair, though, both are equally as safe and valid. It all depends on what you want to do. Right? Because you'll get most of that energy back anyways, but you do disturb things along the path. Okay? So if you were trying to be really stealthy, you'd have to collapse really fast. It's essentially kind of what that seems like, versus elongatedly collapse. Now, if you do that really well, apparently you can capture a little bit more energy, although, I mean, that's complicated. So I don't know what the hell to tell you. Eventually you might get it. Yeah, this is a preliminary. So, not doing that stuff. But luck would have it that there are some things as we come in that we can try and head towards because we still have conventional travel. Right? So it's like, what is that over there? Is that a mass body, bitch? Oh, by the way, first image is a close-up nebula. Come on. There you go. It's all everywhere. It's all the things. Everybody, look at this. Look. Look at this. Look at that. Look at these things. We're measuring all of this stuff, sending the data back now. Behold all of our detectors that we can make and manage to do anything with. All the sensors possible. Goo. Besides, we have never been here before, and we don't even know if space and time expands at the same rate around here, whether or not it's a big clump of mass right there, or if there's a big spread out amount of mass, and it elongates the amount of effect. And it reduces it while it's inside of the thing, making it seem like it's the same amount, but it's not actually. Ouch. My theories. Ow. Oh, these fucking symbols. Fuck. I might have to throw them out or something. God damn it. Anyways. So we're going to move on to, all right, so we take the blah, 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 blah. I head towards this thing. Alrighty, we're going to do the little gravitational thingy thing. Oh, what is this? Is it a planet? No, well, yes, actually. I'm glad you asked, truthfully. It's a bit of a weird dead planet, quite dark for what it's worth. Yeah, it's like there's a sun there, you know that, right? You dark-ass motherfucker. What is this? How come you don't reflect anything? Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense. It's a whole thing to do with effectively what the planet is most compositionally made out of, which appears to be almost barely able to be considered stable fucking heavy ass elements. No wonder why we were pulled so fucking much harder than I thought. I'd hate to see what the hell's in the side of this little tiny fucking thing. Jeez, yeah. Look at this core. Look at it. Oh, no, it's one big stabilized whatever the fucking bullshit that is. No, it's nuclear and neutron dense material matter star thing. There's swimmy triple point, solid gas liquid. And also, it's doing well, I don't know how long it's been around, but if it had been around when there had been some amount of hydrogen in here, there would have been some amount of fusion possible. Otherwise, no, there's not. There ain't nothing there. It's black, fucking dark ass. Let me see. It's got regular iron and composition of an actual, fucking pretty heavy still, though. Gas. God. Look at this iodine. You mean the crystal stalactites of it? Jesus shit. It's got to be so damn heavy on this thing. Yeah, it's about the size of Earth. So, it's probably habitable somehow. What are your radiation levels? I'd be dead right now. This for fucking sure. I'd be so dead. You have no idea. Maybe you do if you're one of the people that are watching that know a lot about this. But yeah, no, like for real, I'd be so fucking dead. This is just gamma ray fucking city over here. This is bullshit. There's nothing but trying to murder us radiation. How is it stable? I have not a clue, bro. I mean, honestly speaking, what is this crap? And it's not hot enough to glow. Yeah, but it has an atmosphere, so I'm assuming it's just fucking yeeted into all the fucking stupid. That's probably why there's a nebula there. It's a dead core. It could maybe very well be that. Yeah, like it was a big and then clumpities, right? So maybe there's a binary. That's probably what that would be. You know, for some binary like merger and explosion like novas, right? It was like, oh no, get rid of all this fucking garbage, terrible, too heavy for us. Get out of here. Shoot. Fling yourself. Hey. I'm spinning faster, see? I can get closer to you now. No! It's fine. It's fine. Oh, shit, I'm hitting you again. Oh, stop hitting me with your dirty ass shit. I don't like that. Stop. Getting pissed or come down. I don't care. Whatever version you want it to be, honestly. But the point is, it's like every so often that's going to be a thing. But you know what? The other side might have also been doing something similar to this, right? You know, because of course that's heating up the outside, expands a little bit more quickly, and then it collapses a little bit faster on the inside. You know, that kind of thing, right? So it's like, hey, woo, boom, oscillate, oscillate, oscillate. Oh, I am now a pump to definitely get rid of all this fucking heavy ass shit. Be gone. No! Anyways, I'm just stellar media over here, just fucking boom. Ah! Hi, what's up there, pretty? How you been, good looking? What's going on over there? Whoa! I'd like to stick with you forever. Ooh, man. Oh, yeah. That's good stuff. I feel better. Not really as much as before. They think that you used to be better back then. I liked you when you were like this. Why can't you be better? Trigger warning for you guys. They're a little too late, I guess. So, we're going to move on. You guessed it, right? It's clumping, it's spinning. It was already kind of spinning because there's spin that was already there. You know what I mean? That's, I got close and then, to the expanding and contracting. And, that creates those little turbulence effects, especially with the electromagnetic fucking field it's got. And some coronal mass ejections that are fucking phenomenally big. Must have lost some decent fucking weight for a while there before it went, I guess I'll just be a much smaller star than I was before. But, I'm way too hot for what I am. You ever notice that? Yeah. It's not a neutron star. It's nowhere near fucking small enough. This is definitely not some fucking white dwarf. That's for sure. What the fuck is this? So it's just got an atmosphere, you think? Let's boom, 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 boom. Hey, you got the dot matrix printer just for the joke. Thank you. I'm glad. I'm so fucking happy. Thank you, man. That's great. All right, the dot matrix printout says you're fucking wrong. It's an actually full-on star with nothing inside of it that's like a neutron star. So right there in the fine print. Deal with it. Meanwhile, It's only because it was basically purified and then turned into a much smaller star that collapsed between two stars, really, and then got much hotter with all the rubbing and fun they had. Out popped a little baby star. But you know, they can't get enough nutrition. It already flung everything around, away from it. It's gotta be all alone. Oh, hi there. Thank you. Oh, you are having issues. Okay. Okay. You know, I'm just gonna gobble up some of the rest of this that might fall off from you. Thanks, man. You know, guess you're feeding me every so often. Alright, because you can see it on the surface. There used to be, I mean, this thing is fucking ridiculously kind of smooth. It barely has volcanic activity, and I wouldn't want to know what the hell it would be if it's a tectonic plate that's there that's surviving that level of fucking gravity. You know what I mean? What kind of fucking thing is in the center? Brrr, don't even possibly think about collapsing, you bitch. How are you cold enough? What the fuck is this? Meanwhile, radiation is definitely strong at definitely radiating the shit out of things around it, but for sure cooling the hell off of things, I suppose. Must have had a lot more actual different gas inside of it and probably turned it quite heavy, and then every so often we'd get a degree of actual fusion, perhaps maybe once in a while when it got hot enough because of the gases coming in and whatever else might have been going on during that beginning. But what that means is, of course, it cooled off rapidly as it... Get the fuck out of it. Good old thermodynamics. Scrunch. Ow! Nah, you fucker. What's going on up there? Hey! Stop doing that now. Hurts. You dick. I'm now many different versions of myself anyways. Who cares? Oh! Fuck you, bitch. We're not done yet. I'm gonna get you. You come over here. I'm attracted. Oh, fucking, where did you come from? Ah! Lose yourself. Ah! Boom. Ass like that. So, having a fun day today as we go over all of this for the fucking reservoir that this is ultimately creating. You see what I mean? There's an oscillation. It can't get out now. All right, it's creating chunks of hyper-dense mantle matter, but nowhere near neutrons. You know, star matter. Right? Like it's dense, sure. Fucking Jesus, there's probably some amount of stability there, but it's most likely so radiative it wouldn't matter. It's true, yeah. God, get a sample. No fucking way in hell would I go near that. Are you insane? I'll pay. I'll be dead. Get out of here. Who's suggesting this in chat? Damn chat over here. Hey, no more suggestions like this. Die. This is astoundingly, insanely, goddamn, not a thing I can do. Okay, just don't even try. Maybe one day, but no, not really. Yeah, no, whole thing. All right. Jesus fuck. All right, we gotta start speeding up here. There's more than enough neutrons and shit we can absorb for a little while and just fucking get ourselves going. So let's go. Yeah. Really? Yeah, no, I mean, we might do a quick flyby. No, I know what you're doing over there. Don't you even dare. I know damn well. Just because we have a hull doesn't mean our suits or anything else does. And if anything of that comes in here, we're dead. Stop it. But we can measure it in the engine. We're not ready to test that. No. Why do you think we're not going through any fucking, like, major stars or planets or anything? It's, yeah, no, yeah, okay, yeah. And, no, come on. And, all right. Wow. This. Okay, you know, it looks like it has a lot more. It definitely has a lot more mass. Yeah, no, but like not that actual much more. Yeah, you know, like that should be, for what it's worth, the size of like a couple of Jupiters. You know what I mean? With the fucking mass it just pulled us with. But still, a thing, I guess. Really, it's still not enough. Like, it's just too hefty. You know, the elements are going to fizzle out. They're not going to do anything. It's stable as it is, so it's just not going to do the thing. It might one day, because it's going to eventually, like, you know, decay off enough that it won't have the structural strength and stability to really do it. But right now, we're not at that moment, so. And I wouldn't want to be around here. Whatever's inside of this making it not collapse, because it's trying to. If that ever happens to get cold enough, which, I mean, talk about, like, enough radiation and heat to keep it going, right? Hard shell. Knock, knock, knock. Anyways. But, alright, so what's this star doing? That's what I wanted to know, honestly. Yeah, I was more interested in the star, truthfully. Really? It's a super white star. Which, by the way, nobody talked about this, but we have a general, like, constant green that we filter out with our eyes. Space looks very different once you get around a different place with different, like, general, you know, typical light wave frequencies coming around to you. So, do you correct that? No, I want to know exactly what it could be around us. You know what I mean? I want it exactly replicated. So, that's what we do. It is a different color, I'll tell you. Oh, man, yeah, aren't we all? Yeah. Whole thing. So, what is this star doing? It's a bit weird, I'll tell you. Yeah. Why? Because it's it's a bit rainbowy, I'll tell you. Yeah. Jeez, yeah, no, like, we got the red dwarf over here. We got this weird whiteness going on. We got a yellow over there. That's a fucking purple. That's a blue. That's a green. Like, solid, no way, shape, or form, one uniform color. And I think there's a reason for that, because we got it around that time where it's going to give us that, but, like, still. Jeez. Right, for me, it means that the core must be doing the fucking, like, I'm kind of able to sort of be a red giant, but not really, because I got smashed together and I got hot enough that I'm making myself actually just a long-lived red dwarf star, except I have more than enough heat now that, and from that pressure, I gained a slight hyper-giant-like core for a bit. Which, I'm guessing that's why the crust, I suppose, is a little weird. It's a lot more like an actual fluid than plasma. It doesn't go the way that our sun does. When you look at the sun, it's got like these, you know what I mean, like the plasma fields and whatnot. This is not doing that. It looks genuinely a lot more like a smoky, dense fluid. So that's something else. Is it expanding? Hey, the poles are having it fall back onto where the things are, the equator, you know. But I don't think it's following the magnetic field line at all. No, I just don't think it has like enough oomph to get it going. So it has a fuck ton of gravity. This is smaller than the sun right now, although it's pretty close to, right? So, however, it is well and truly past what our sun has for mass. We're like maybe 6, 8 suns in of mass. And like not negligible. That's a big star, yeah. You know? But it's smaller, so I guess it's just spinning really fast. Maybe that's what it was. It whipped itself together and then like it did all the heat thing and just stay there. Just do the yeah. Oh. Like, there's a weird electromagnetic field line that we're passing through, and that's fucking phenomenally odd right now. Like, it's shifting, too, its poles, for what it's worth, even if it's spinning like this. So that's something. Yeah, it's like a flippy switch thing, you know, and it moves like that. Yeah. Anyways, this is what it looks like. Hey, everybody looking? This is what they all say, the sensors and detectors. So there you go. Certainly not a neutron star. God, you fuck off. Okay. Seems like it's expanding slightly. I'm not sure. Yeah, because I feel like it's fighting a collapse right now. Like, for what it's worth, it's like it's got to be spinning just fast enough to stop its collapse right now. You know, it's got enough of these convection currents that are still kicking around that are fast enough that's going to make it so it, like, doesn't just quite manage it. But it will eventually expand and slow down, but it's gonna fucking take a while, I bet. I mean, we'll be, you know, whatever age when that happens. Alrighty. So, almost 60? Okay. But we're about 22% right now, so it's a whole thing. It's gonna take us a little while longer. So, any questions, huh? Yeah, there's a nice ring over there. I'm gonna name it after. I mean, who? Actually, you know what? The randomizer. Let's go. Hey, which one of you gets to name the ring? Fuck it. I'm not gonna name it. That'd be too fucking much. All right, go. Let's go. Come on. It's. When this person, she is definitely gonna name this because she got picked. All right, let's go. None of you are on the ship. When you get on the ship, you can name something. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So, all right. We are not getting much faster, are we? No, god damn. Yeah, stellar media? Is that what it is? No, just getting the orbital thing. Why? I've never once tested this at all with this amount of radiation, gamma, or anything. At all. Okay, there's no fucking way that I'm comfortable being here right now, man. It's a lot brighter, too. I'm just saying, this seems too, you know, Murphy's Law happy. Right. Yes, no, the joviality, the seriousness got real serious here. Yes, thank you. We are trying to live, dude. Come on. You're the one with the faster than light fucking information travel, you little bitch. Fucking coming at us like that. Fuck off. If we could turn these off if it wasn't so valuable. Alright, everything looks normal. That's good. Fucking hell. So, you want to burn a little bit more? Not really. No. For what it's worth. It's not worth it. I'd rather have more than enough to get back no matter what. That's kind of how that works. Low and slow, steady wins that race. Boop, 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 boop. Turtles! We don't radioactive ourselves to being alive. We were just good enough to make sure we tried. And it's quite poignant right now, I'm just saying. Shit. It's gonna be fine, though. Really? Yeah, no, everything looks fine. I mean, we tried our best to, like, basically remove a black hole from killing us. So, like, this is good news right now. We're testing that pretty hard. So, what are you gonna do? I'm playing video games. Really? I gotta test out the system to see if whether or not this actually maintains a faster and light and good ping and all the rest of it. Whether or not our computer systems can handle things and all the rest. We need to know limits and more. So let's get a tournament going. while we're doing this? I know, right? Oh, God, yeah. That sucks. A little bit, yeah, but not too bad. No, no, no. And in fact, this will immediately be not a thing that we're doing the moment anything happens. Okay, that's how that works. So, oh, I lost me. Alrighty, we got the first persons, we got the fucking, strategy, all the things. Let's go. We. That's right. I have to actually. I wanted to fucking watch this, stressed. Yeah, it's just a little, but not too bad, honestly. It's just if in case something, right? Like I don't know what I'm gonna do faster than anyone else, and truthfully, they should be immediately there, doing that because I mean I'm all the way over here, they're all the way over there. That's how that works. Take me a while to probably get over there and help if I could help. All right, let me get onto the fucking computer. I can clearly tell that that's a thing that's necessary. Alrighty, you guys are gonna get whooped. We have radiation and star shit and all this other crap. We're fucking far away. Our lag and ping is so insanely massive. Oh, why can't you just get good, huh? Why can't you just get good? Fucking let's own them. Let's go! Whoo! Boom, 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 boom. We're whooping fucking ass up in here. I don't think they're going as hard as they can. I don't think they really want to actually win against us because we're all the way over here and shit. They want to make us look good. This fucking try a little bit, man. Come on, fucking wussy. Come on. I want to see if I'm gonna lose for realsies. No, chat. I'm allowed to say this. Screw you. That's called trash talk. I'm allowed to do that. Screw off. They're so social justice, black, white thinking, hypocritical guys and gals. Shut up over there. They're always the best, Those guys. Every one of them. Literally, you can't get better. That chat. Well, some of you for sure. That's definitely the case. I would imagine, hopefully, I'm going to stick to at least something. Why are you saying this? Got it. Fucking learn to play the objective, loser. Get fucking riggedy wrecked. Ooh, alrighty. So, I think that tests everything. Yeah. How did you guys do on your side? Wrecked him. Fuck yeah. From across the space and time universe, you got wrecked. Whew. Alrighty. That's good. We gotta test the systems here. I gotta go fuck, and the OnlyFans stream will absolutely be showing you that. Let's go. It's a whole test thing, and I'm gonna get a fuck ton of money for that. You know it. I'm one of the few, the proud, the brave. I've got a nice set of partners here. I gotta tell you, they're good poly fidelity kind of cool thing going on. I love them. This is great. Yeah, no, I skipped time. What are you gonna do about it? Suck it. Where are we at now? I have still a lot more tests to do, so. Really? Yeah. Let's go figure out if the plants are gonna live. Bioreactor works. Should be fine. We replicated our atmosphere pretty well, but still, you never know. Yeah. Moving around, doing this, whatever it might be, I don't know. Are we still... Everything looks nominal. That's fucking great. That is fucking wonderful news, honestly. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Killing it. Straight crushing. Oh yeah. Put her there. Fuck yeah. Oh. Ah. Multiple fucking layers, still good to go. We got fucking crew quarters, still operating nominal. Look at this. Yeah, and that, and these things. Oh yeah. That's the wall there. I can just show things off. You're fucking good at that, by the way. That was amazing. I wasn't expecting any. I was going to look like a dumbass. You're on it. Shut him immediately. Let's go. Every wall, by the way, can basically be turned into a screen if we needed it to varying levels of, good-looking screen, that kind of thing. Wouldn't want people to, genuinely be like, holodeck everywhere, I don't know where I am. I lived here. I've never seen the outside. I never knew. I was always trapped in what I thought was a fucking Earth that was never there. Fuck. That's why you could never get out. I just let you pretend you got out. That holodeck simulation is absolutely illegal. No. See what I mean? Yeah. You were in a simulation the entire time. You never knew, as the kid that you were, raised here, that stuff doesn't actually look like that. Yeah. Oh, God. Scary stuff, scary propositions, truthfully. Really terrifying stuff, I'm just saying. I'd want to fucking live in reality. Everybody that was like, no, I'd rather live in the simulation. Ugh. You don't want to make something better? Look at this, I'm going to this fucking place because I made it better. Why would you want to make things better? You have all this infinite knowledge of these fucking massive rows of all this shit. Computational power galore once you get people out. You've got all this manufacturing prowess like goo. Lee, man, I could do everything I want. I could literally make the fucking world a perfect utopia, basically. But they're like, cool glasses. Architect. Oh, it's entertainment, I mean. It's good stuff, though. But still, what that is, simulation is a whole other fucking cheese, though, yeah. No, and same thing with, I can move around and pop things around with my fucking Limke forces and more. It only seems like things are real, but it's all controlled by an advanced civilization. Please. It's almost like Neil deGrasse Tyson's prove of, what is this, we're not in a simulation somehow? Doesn't account for this part. Anyways, no offense to you, Neil, and others. It's just a thing I think about often. Sometimes, it's a thing. Anyways, so this is what the quarters are. Look at this. There's some great accommodations. Now, we don't get we're gonna shove ourselves in stacked, fucking sardine cans here. Because, we want sex. So, Now, we're allowed to have the sex quarters over there. But, also sometimes more private. So, it's a thing. Yeah, right, yeah. No, this is our recreation. This is not the same thing. Don't do that. There are zones here. Stick to your zone. Right. And we're getting eyeing. You know what I mean? They're doing a little thing. It's not a problem. Just you got, what I mean. It's the consent. This is fine over there and over here. No, right? Yeah. And you just go to the place where it's okay. That's all you got to do. So now we have like, technically we do have weapons. Not really necessary, I would say, but we do. Eh. And this is the bioreactor that helps with the food growth and or printer growth combo tech. Really? Yes, and then these are our crops that we try, but like they're not like there yet. That's how that works. So they'll get there though. It's gonna happen. We're just not gonna be on this for that long. Well, a good portion of us will have to leave, and then this will be a long-term thing for others. That's how that will work. However, instead of going the faster than light like we currently have, a lot better testing in between our actual real just Earth and the moon right now, kind of thing. Because we'd like to be able to get this done efficiently enough to where we could get someone faster than light to the moon using some of that stored energy, but also like actually have a real moon base and interplanetary actual bases that make sense within our lifetime and more. So this is what this would be about. But there are going to be missions later on planned, by the way, folks, that because I happen to not die, and well, we're not back yet, but I'm fucking certain we're not going to die, so suck it. They have to go through with the contract stated, and I get to go fly over to some other fucking place with a cool fucking crew and go explore and scout and stuff with all my cool people. But of course, the caveat here is I'm always recorded and streaming and always doing that kind of thing. Being watched, yeah, no, whole thing. But hey, that's kind of what it needs to be for what it's worth, because everyone, it's not just me, I'm not the only one, everyone has to do that. So, take your pick of what stars you might like that are going to the stars. That kind of thing. Granted, I'm me, so no matter what, I'm getting there. But it's just me. Whatever. Right, this is the cool vacuum tube. As we're clearly kind of in one right now, so like that helps. But like that's the other one, and there's a couple others. It helps us get around, How big is this? It's fairly big, yeah, but it's not like that kind of big. We didn't get our cool, we got a fucking actual kind of like sea ocean thing going on, weather pattern stuff. We have a little bit of weather, but nothing like that. I mean, we're going to test a whole bunch of stuff for what it's worth, but they're going to be testing that a lot more long term before we get to do our scout stuff, because we have to do a whole bunch of, back and forth design, reiteration, refinement, upgrades, all that stuff, the usual. Why is it a 2? Yeah, watch. Shoo. You didn't see that, by the way. There's lewd or lascivious acts or something? No. No, just a celebratory dance, that's for sure. It was too fast, really, if you want to think about it. So, it's what it is. To be fair, it did look like that. I'm going to have to slow-mo that. Yeah, because that went by fast. And we're already traveling fairly quickly. Whew. It's to actually show off and showcase what this, well, it's a wonderful mission, and we went this far, and it is faster than light, okay? Hands down, right? That is the real paradigm, the real paradoxical one that exists, where we're currently in this is this fast, and once we get there, we'll get that fast. And it will only take us a lot less time than it would have taken us to get somewhere with what we are currently using in this level of fast. Which is also why I need to look at that slow mo. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, you're good. Yeah. Fucker was booking it. Got Dash over here. The Incredibles. So, let's see here. Gotta finish this because that's the pump action. You know what I mean? It's ordered, all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. Everything's a bunch of pumps, effectively, you know, relativing themselves to each other. So it feels like, you know, this is a cool place because this is where we store a lot of things that need to be cool. Really? Yeah, but it also happens to be many of the several places that we have for redundancy for that, but also many other things for storage of energy as we slow down, which is what I was driving at. We kind of technically do a nice little trick with a tunnel and wave propagation that happens to create a massive amount of vacuum resonance stored that looks quite like it's extraordinarily cold and ordered and almost at a absolute zero outside of these 2 points. Except we know what the truth is, and it's not that. But that's why it was such a long-winded, holy fuck, wow, bunch of symbolic, allegorical, metaphorical, didactic, and very, very interpretable different examples to get you all the way to this is how we break. I didn't avoid it. If you happen to get 3 hours and 55 minutes in, you are in for it because that was a good thing. I just got you to understand how this works. You want to have a air tube that's in a vacuum that has to move you around? It's traveling quite quickly, right? Well, see what I mean? Whole thing, basically. Yeah, well, it's moving quite... What's moving? A vacuum. A vacuum we captured. Just like we were doing with the skin and, kind of moving it around us the right way, right? Same thing. We captured that vacuum and we stored in that. It's a big tension spring, essentially. It's a universe expansion rate. The vacuum pressure and all that. Imagine I'm holding 2 little tiny strings and it was a big huge rope and it's like it's trying to fucking collapse towards itself. Just barely get it. Not really. I mean, for what it's worth, before we ever got to the point where we're here, this was extensively tested, and in no way would it be a thing that I'd be immediately doing. So, it is what I say just barely because, that's kind of how we have to do it. But it's very solid, very reliable, and in no way are we going to have to worry, and we also have multiple backups. So, if one of them fails, these other ones can still, ultimately, because it's the same thing, be used. And they just happen to contain more energy in each one of them. The whole dilution, you know what I mean? Or, that thing where it's a solvent and some stuff mixed in it. And we went from there's this volume for the whole milk. And and then I boiled away some of the water. And now it's more concentrated milk. Oh, you mean it's going to get more condensed, huh? Look at this condensed milk over here, the vacuum expansion stuff. So baryonic. Held with a Lemke force. Containment field. My inertial dampening is definitely knowing no bounds. It's basically infinite levels of storage, practically. Not really, but like, you know, it's a damn good amount. Really, it's faster than light, and I have to slow down and pop back into this thing. You know what I mean? Now, relative to us, yeah. So it's not exactly quite as easy as you would imagine to store that. There's no like, man, my battery can be electrons and something. Yeah, fuck off. There's no way. There has to be like this little fucking thing. It's like, you have no idea how much it takes to do this. Which luckily, once I set it up, it's actually very minimal amounts of draw of effort and power to do, which is nice. However, shockingly, that does mean that this fucker will run for fucking ever. It's one hell of a storage. Like, to put it in perspective, slowing down gets me more energy than I put in, but that's only as a result of having to slow down faster than light relative to everything else around it. And having to order some things as we come in. And ultimately move some of that stuff out of the way finally. So that way we don't have a problem. Which is cool, but also, oh goodness. Well, luckily it's doable. You know, nothing too fancy, right? Just also scary to think about, because like that is essentially all of our mass and all informational mass and direction and more being transferred into direct fucking energy that expansion gets used for us immediately in all ways, because we need it anyways, like that, instead of converting it and moving it kinetically. Then it's like, well, this will just automatically convert it in no way, it'll just automatically do it, right? So it's a way better storage system. But it's also like, the only way we get there is if we actually go the faster than light by burning a little bit at the start. We can't do it without doing it first. Which is also why we did a couple of things first and stored some before we did this. We didn't even use it to get up there, just in case. Really, we need to test to see if whether or not on a larger scale with this, all of our systems would ultimately handle this. Now the next test is to see if we can use that to help us get to Earth a little faster. Standard stuff. Yeah, anyways, this is our cool, like, fucking super awesome playroom. Look, it's got a bouncy thing. Boom, boom. It's fun. You want to have fun. You're going to be fucking having no entertainment, you know what I mean? If that goes down or something, I mean, if for what it's worth. But, like, yeah. You got to have fun. Fun is a big deal. Yeah, don't have to tell me. I know, right? I wouldn't, no. Really? Yeah. Pointed straight direct is great, but if I have to tilt all the fucking rooms, which I actually kind of need to do that to be able to get the right proper actual like 1G of constant acceleration to feel normal for us. So that's a whole thing, but that means everything can kind of swivel and pivot for what it's worth. But that's a good thing, because then we can use the vibrations and all that stuff, you know, that we're using to do this to basically make our fake artificial gravity. Because it's faux, and faux means fake, right? It's an imitation of artificial gravity. It is not gravity, and it's certainly not even artificial gravity. That's the fake version. Like, it still works, we're accelerating, and it's like, that's good enough, honestly, yeah. Meanwhile, other people, I spin around. I'm like, I can't do it, man. I want to, but, you know, honestly, this is a little easier just outright to actually make work. It's like an axle has to spin a counter, is a whole thing. It's just more difficult. I mean, like a literal fucking airship Zeppelin thing is so much easier than, like, doing that, yeah. So, you know, more power to you. I'm sure you'll get there one day. I just need to get this done, you know, that kind of thing. Anyways, so, whoop. Here we are. How did you? Oh yes, no. Well, sometimes we do some cool things with the walls. We get passages, man. It's almost like it tunneled through it. It wasn't even there. Anyway, welcome to the private room. Yes, this is not. I mean, sex could happen, but it's not really about that. But yeah, this is more for like therapy or just getting the hell away from people. Except for the fact of the matter is that it like super hardcore monitors whether or not you're going to try and hurt yourself. Because you have essentially no real like anything for cameras. Like you're the camera. You're the only camera. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of sound deadening. There's a lot of blackout. You know what I mean? You can't see stuff, right? Like that's what this is about. It's like private, out. I get a break. Very silent. Even electromagnetically, everything we could do to try and just nothing. It's really nice. It's also one of the only things we've ever built that, technically speaking, is an anomaly to most physics we've ever known. It's an inside-out TARDIS box. It basically intersects itself like a bunch of wormholes. Nothing outside can ever get in, and nothing inside can ever get out. No transfer of energy, of force, anything. It is fully contained. And the only way to get in is effectively by a portal that shuts immediately behind you. Which is why it's like, we got some secret passages and rooms. It's almost like I tunneled, but I didn't. Space and time in this instance is a thing that happened. Versus a wave and a tunnel effect. We got the door. We got a real portal. A real space-time portal. However, because we can't trust people, never have nice things if we do, it seems like. So I also agreed, it does it automatically for you. It basically is like a butterfly net, and it's like you didn't even notice. Which is a good thing in this instance, because, yeah. Super, super silent. And yeah, it actually is slightly larger on the inside than it is on the outside. We're talking about a few nanometers, but it doesn't matter. Anything is still something. And the only way you're managing to get any of this information is because we're basically keeping that one single thing as a one-way peephole, like a two-way mirror. You know what I mean? Like it's only one way. It's like, oh, I can just go that way, but nothing from that can come in. That's the information that can come out, but it can only be this information. It is highly regulated here. If anything fucks up, you die. Not the crew elsewhere, no. But for sure, you in here, anything in here will. However, it was built to withstand fucking crashes that make no sense. Lots of things, like things that effectively would obliterate everything around it, kind of thing, but you're safe in here. Kind of. I mean, you don't know what's out there, right? It's a thing. Hopefully you did have food. Hopefully, all the rest of it. Because that's what you get. It's all you get. You can't get anything in. It has to be there ahead of time. There's no doing any manipulation of the body or any of that. You're a statically fixed anchor point to this. Anything inside of this. Which, by the way, it doesn't even have air at first. It's as vacuum could be at first. you make it a thing that exists in that very real sense. It's as finite of a nothing point as we can make. Which is also why it's like a TARDIS. It's slightly larger than the outside, sure. But really, it stores away, it's quite compact because, well, it is. To an outside observer, it looks basically like a nothing point. You know? It weighs almost nothing to make it. Outside of the material and all that, which it needed to be structurally there anyway, so who cares? So, let us go back out and to the whole thing. Alright. Oh wow, what do you know? Nothing's broken and everything's still good. Shocker. For all of those out there that were freaking out existentially, whoa. So, now we're moving on to the final place, which no, we're not showing that. Alright, get your mind out of the gutter. Okay? God. This is our engine room. It's right next to the captain's room, which is actually just the steering everything room thing, basically. You know? We have the engine right next to us because, truthfully, it's technically the safest place to be. I know that sounds insane, but it is. It's one of the only places that's so structurally strong, even if everything ripped away, we still have a nothingness point room, and we would still ultimately also have all the structural stability to survive practically everything. And I mean practically, within reason. I could literally slam at light speed into a fucking Earth and it would still be around. The engine would be fine. The engine won't blow up because it's just not that kind of thing. So, but in the contingency any of that might be a possibility, the nothing room activates. And that's why it's right next to it. Wait, wouldn't it blow it up? No, it can't interfere with anything. Nothing on the outside could ever get in and destroy it. It's kind of like a reverse, but also double reverse of our ship. Of course, that's like a layman's way. You know, there's a whole bunch of complicated physics involved in that, so I'm not going to get too far into it. But it's kind of like that, basically, yeah. It's like a double one-way, two-way mirror thing. Makes no sense to most people. So, this is the end of the tour. Those are our storage tank, monitor cameras. You can probably see that on the stream. We're not allowed to go over there unless something really bad happens. So there's that. So we're not doing that. That's the crop, tending to it. Yeah, good on you, farmer. Fuck yeah. It's an honest living, they say. Someone's got to do it too. Really? All of us actually tend to the farm. He's just the current one doing it. Everybody's required to do this here. You all have to have medical, botany, genetic, physics, engineering, the whole thing. You have to be a generalist and still specialize in one thing or another. Why? Because you're going to need any of that if anything were to go wrong. Because we're that level of, fuck. We can't go back. We got to fucking do this. So, the IQ level on this thing would be considered so high that you could probably just think it's OP as fucking all genius. And I'm among them. So, what are we at again? 42%. It's going to take a little while. That length of time, which has passed quite a bit now. OnlyFans got a fucking lot of money for us. Holy shit. Oh yeah. Cha-ching. Don't do the cha-ching. They feel like they're fucking, it's a thing, man. You can't do that. Sorry about that. Also, cha-ching and simp for us. But I won't do it again, I swear. Unless you like it. You know what I mean? I'll degrade the shit out of you. It's a whole thing. Where are you going? For what it's worth, I'm going to go out and check the planets and stars. I want to see what the hell's up, truthfully, and what the detectors are sensing and more. And any other systems that might be vital to life and whatever else. I'm a worrywart like that. That's how that works. Let's go. Yeah, no, I mean, that's just the monitor thing. That was the whole pitch. Thanks for following me around. Fucking wonderful job, honestly, seriously. Fuck yeah. This is now just going to be whatever fucking camera they want to switch to, except for that one. That's your, kind of like, if you want to turn it on for something, you can. It can be ready for that. But otherwise, you can also just, I can take a break kind of thing, and things are good. So there you go. Good stuff, honestly. You have to have a fun day. Really? Well, How long have we been awake for? 13 hours. Okay, yeah. That explains a lot, truthfully. For how fucking tired I am. And, let's see, was it 16 hours and you're supposed to sleep after that? Yeah, alright. Fuck. It's a whole thing. You think we'll get it in 3 hours? Yeah, maybe. What? Maybe. It's a maybe. Unfortunately, it's a maybe. Really? Yeah, things are nominal. It's progressing well. Nothing too bad, nothing too terrible. It's just not quite the speed, and I think there's a reason for that, for what it's worth, that we weren't accounting for. As we set up all of our stuff for around our galactic neighborhood. This is a hell of a lot more stellar media, hell of a lot more interstellar, hell of a lot more fucking mass characteristics that seem to be interfering with a large portion and more of ultimately how all of this works. So we're calibrating. I just wasn't saying anything. Yeah, I mean, I was like, get the off the screen, It's like you can't show that shit to people. It's not a good idea. I don't want them afraid. I don't want them any of that. Now, granted, hey, what's up, guys? I bet you they're not even listening, though. For what it's worth, there's a whole sex room, and that's definitely getting the vast majority of that fucking goddamn viewership, Look at all this shit. And I can see the try. Hey, I got one person watching me. There, yeah. So there's that. You want more? Nah, I'm good, honestly. Did they hear that? I doubt it. Why? I make sure that I can do private conversations. That's why. It's like once it cut off, it's like, you're kind of in a field of where we can kind of sort of talk privately. And it shows off an entirely different look and view to the camera. Thanks to the interference of light that we can do. Why? Yeah, I'm not looking for them to understand our math or physics or anything. I definitely don't want them to know anything might be wrong and that we have to calibrate and that we might be fucked. I need them all to be up and like, hey, this is all good, everything's fine, nothing happened. And the crew all knows this. We discussed this as a very real possibility, as it was going to very likely be the case. So everyone knows what their fucking role is. But you did not. You're a reporter. You don't know, and you're not allowed to say a thing, okay? So all's well and good. Oh yeah, yeah, no, everything's progressing exactly like we believed it would in terms of how to calibrate. Although we're having to a bit, yeah, get some code written, yeah, and better, faster calibration methods. Although these are going to need to be more accurate. So that's one of the reasons why we're doing it. Like, this is data. We had estimates, and that's it, estimations. It's like with the on the way here and the getting to the point where we are traveling faster than light and all the rest. And then coming in and all of that examination, along with what we're currently doing, is this huge data. And while it looks like our computer is not being used that hard, well, we're using it as hard as we can, but it needs good programming and it needs more data, and a lot of that has to be done. And while I didn't expressly say this, I am a bit of a programmer here, so gotta go. Alrighty, so 18 hours we've been going, guys. I know, crazy shit, right? That's right, 18. Doesn't even seem like it's that long. Truthfully, I am up and at 'em. That's also because I probably had a little bit of coffee. Not really, I didn't. Truthfully, I didn't bring any. I didn't even have any medicine. You believe me, though, for what it's worth, if I did. But it's really just pure, gotta do it. Adrenaline, psychological shit. So, gotta get it done. Anyways, we're heading back in very little bit of time here. But we're going to test this. So I want you along for the ride. Before we do anything, we have to test the acceleration, we have to test our storage, we have to test everything. So let's go, folks. You might see us all succeed wonderfully in all the ways or adequately manage to pass. There are no other options. We're just gonna win and get it done and fucking succeed. Literally impossible to do anything else because we're fucking like that and awesome. Also, fuck your jinx and screw you, Murphy. Alrighty, let's go. Really? Yes. Look, I'm steering something. I can't do anything like that. Are you kidding me? You thought, though, right? There's no way. No, this is... No. This is all computer stuff. Alrighty, you guys are the ones that are really steering this and know what you're doing. But I get to fucking be a bit of a clown and get some levity, hey? Good stuff. Alrighty. So, this is looking good, though. Yeah, I'll say. That's good. Really? I want to fade out, fade in, fade out, fade in, that kind of thing. I want to test a lot of that. I want to see what dumping in energy, getting rid of it, cutting it back, all this, long, short, all of it. You know, standard test. This is what this is, guys. I know. Oh, fun, blah, blah. Okay, but like, this is the serious stuff, all right? You got to do it, Gotta put the work in. Breakers over time. Alrighty, so let's go to what? Nothing. That's annoying. Okay, gonna have to move on from that. I was gonna do a whole like, look, we can kind of say so now we're near that. That's not gonna happen. Yeah, there's no good looking view. I was gonna do oh. It's a thing, really. Mm-hmm. So let's see here. This is the curvature that we see as we pass by the star, trying to accelerate faster than light and altering the vacuum stuff going on, and more or less trying to curve a little bit of space and time things around us, right? And this is what it starts looking like when you get into a quasi zone, which we kind of did that really pretty quickly. So here's a better view of this. Please give it a nice watch. The whole thing out of there. You guys watch that. What is this? You know I'm monitoring that for real, right? I can see that. There's no way it's negative. That's not possible. Better calibration or something? Everything else is working well. Regardless of what it might be saying, we definitely still have, well, fucking lot, so it doesn't matter. We'd have more than is possible is what that would be. Which isn't really technically as possible as you would think, so. That's the weird part. Alrighty, let's get to stepping the right way backwards. That's right, folks. We're gonna walk backwards in good old reverse to see what the fuck this is gonna ultimately give us. We're gonna do ourselves a little roly roll and try and do a sideways as we come in facing forward to Earth. Dive into the atmosphere and say, ha 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 ha, in one day. Beat ya, light. Alrighty, let's get her done. Let's go. Really? It's a thing. What's negative? I can't tell you. That shouldn't be a thing at all. Truthfully, because you can't do that kind of thing. Or at least that's what the physicists tell us. So we have to really confirm that before we get anywhere near discussing it. Okay. Alright. So, obviously, we've got quite a bit more of a handle. Look at this. We're even sideways. Woo! Oh, we're upside down, technically, from where we were. That's why we were over there. You see that? And yet, all you see is this lovely, still very much on the ground thing happening. Cool stuff. Gotta test it, though. Alrighty. And let's go. And this is exactly why it is we happen to do this. Look at us. Over at the North Pole. Heading down. We're going to orbit back after we go towards the moon for a little bit. Fall in and then ultimately land once when we started. Except I don't want to wait that long. And that wasn't even a plan. It's just to look cool for a bit. But, good old sonic and reservoirs getting us there to store heat, right? You'll be happy to know that, yes, that's indeed right. Our storage of, all the speed and whatnot happened to, for sure, be used. Wonderful. Honestly, it works. Sped us up. Got us there faster than it took for us to get there previously. By a solid few minutes, which is not bad, actually. Yeah. Whew. That's good shit, I'll tell you. Doesn't look like we've obliterated anything along the way. That's nice. I know, right? And the atmosphere and Earth didn't mind us showing up right there. So that's nice. We're going to use majority-wise, if it happened to look nominal and everything was still ultimately something we could do, we had the ability to, we're going to try and land just off of that energy. We're going to maneuver only with that momentum and curvature and kinetic and stuff. No actual neutrons will be burned or anything like this. Because eventually we got to try. But we also happen to have all of that. And we do have ablative material, no worry. And it's not really all that ablative. It's slightly ablative. It's more like an air that we can use. It's a whole thing. Point is, super fucking not in any way going to burn up in the atmosphere, even if we were diving straight in at like stupid gonna die velocity. Which I'm not sure what that would be, but you know, it's not from the atmosphere, that's for sure. It's from smacking the ground. Anyways, we're doing a Star Trekian, Star Warsian approach. We're hovering here. I don't know if you've noticed this, but that's exactly what we're doing right now. That's right. And technically, we're upside down to Earth. That is right. That is why you're looking up to see it. All right. Let's head back down gently, please. I know, right? Yeah. Really? Yeah, no, because I'm seeing a bit of a kerfuffle here. And the atmosphere kind of clipped it a little bit too closely. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, it's a decent amount of movement. Yeah. Suddenly. Got a bright sprite over there. Yeah. What are you going to do? I think it'll be fine. Yeah, it'll probably be fine. Behold, the dogs and cats and more animals we took are still good to go. You didn't even notice that? That's good. Thank you. So, they are the first dogs, much like we are all the first humans to get there, and even have the funsies and private times. Alright. I'm just doing a character voice. It's gonna be fine. For what it's worth. Let's go. To a nice little wonderful back to reality and our Earth's level of gravity. It's switching. Anybody feel anything different? I didn't. That's good. Good. Really? Well, you know, it's the first time, so it's gonna be what it is. But hey, guess what? We calibrated right. We calculated right. Everything's good. By the way, even if it wasn't, it wouldn't have been anything we had to worry about. Just would have been like a jolt or something. So yeah. Yeah. So, and we're going to. What is it again? Yeah, fuck, I forgot about it. Shit, I was focused on so many things. Florida, right, Florida, yes. Alright, I fucking hate them with their fucking abortion shit. Can we not go there? Sneak it in there at the end. Like they're not watching. Hi guys, how's it going? You didn't hear anything weird, did you? You know, I was worried about stuff coming in, creating a big sonic boom or something. But it's all good. Nice! Fucking awesome. So, we are heroes and heroines and all the things. I'm sure some of us might turn into villains if something happened and a lot of people didn't like it. I don't know. I don't think any of them. I vetted like every one of them for what it's worth. But you know what? That's the public versus my opinion. So that's that. I'll have to weigh it myself, after the information is something I know. Much like how quantum information collapses and then it happens to, relatively speaking, cause a change in relationship to many other things around it. And preceding resistivity to actions and decisions moving forward. Almost like it's quantum thermodynamics. Whee! Alrighty, so that was the end of that. That's right. That's the whole spaceship heat concentrator, fucking all the cool things that I want to fucking make and shit with people. I don't have any money or anything either. I'm just this guy, Just doing my thing. Maybe somebody out there will help me achieve this very realistic reality and dream of mine. Anyways, suck my dick and balls, like and subscribe, please hit that notification bell, and definitely do that thing where you share this with your friends and they watch it all the way through, and I get all of the fucking good algorithmic juices flowing. Bye-bye!